What if the very words of a prophet could alter the fate of a nation? In the flickering shadows of ancient Jerusalem, where whispers of power and treachery intertwine, one man's voice rises above the cacophony. Isaiah stands, cloaked in divine urgency, his heart pounding with the weight of a message that could ignite hope or plunge his people into despair. The air crackles with electricity, tension thick enough to cut. This is not just a story. It's a cataclysm waiting to happen. Every corner of the city seems alive with anticipation. The sun dips low, painting the horizon in shades of crimson, a foreboding omen of the chaos that looms. A nation teetering on the brink of disaster, with enemies encircling like hungry wolves. The cries of the desperate mingle with the laughter of the indifferent, and Isaiah feels the burden of their suffering pressing against his soul like iron chains. What will it take to awaken their hearts to the truth? As he wanders through the bustling streets, his mind races with visions of destruction and redemption. The people are blind, their ears deaf to the thunderous warnings that echo through the heavens. His prophetic cry might be their last chance. Will they heed the call or be consumed by their own hubris? Each step he takes reverberates with the weight of centuries, past, present, and future colliding in a single moment. Suddenly, a chilling prophecy emerges, foretelling the rise and fall of great empires, the fate of kings, and the coming of a figure who will change everything. His heart races as he grapples with the implications. This is not just a personal burden. It is a cosmic responsibility that could shift the very fabric of history. A flicker of hope dances in his chest against the backdrop of despair. But will it be enough to light the way forward? In the distance, the roar of battle drums breaks the stillness, a chilling reminder of the violence brewing just beyond the walls. Isaiah knows time is slipping away. The faithful seek guidance, while the wicked plot their schemes, their hearts hardened against the truth. Who will rise to defend the weak? Who will stand against the tide of darkness threatening to engulf the land? The scent of burnt offerings lingers in the air, mingling with the fear and uncertainty that saturate the city. Prophets have come and gone, their voices fading into the annals of history, but Isaiah's message is different. It is a call to action, a lifeline in a world spiraling into chaos. As night descends, the stars flicker ominously above, each one a silent witness to the impending storm. The stage is set for a confrontation that will resonate through the ages, where faith and doubt clash in a battle for the soul of a nation. Can one man's voice pierce the darkness? The answer lies hidden within the unfolding saga of Isaiah, where hope flickers perilously against the shadows, waiting to ignite. In the flickering shadows of a city besieged by dread, a lone figure stood upon the crumbling walls of Jerusalem, staring out into the expansive horizon. The sky, a swirling canvas of orange and purple, hung heavily over the land, a portent of the turmoil that churned below. This was the 8th century BCE, a time when the air was thick with the whispers of prophets and the cries of the oppressed. The ground trembled not just with the march of soldiers, but with the burden of hope and despair intertwined, pushing the people of Israel and Judah to the brink. Jerusalem, a beacon of faith and fortitude, was not alone. To the north lay Israel, vibrant and tumultuous, ruled by a series of kings whose ambitions often eclipsed their people's needs. It was a land of stark contrasts. Lush valleys and harsh deserts, wealth and poverty, power and vulnerability. The Israelites, with their hearts full of dreams and fears, faced the relentless threat of Assyria, a monstrous empire that loomed like a dark cloud, swallowing smaller nations whole. Kings came and went, alliances were forged and broken, yet the specter of domination hung like a sword over both Israel and Judah. In a small home nestled within the bustling streets, a woman cradled her child, her eyes reflecting both love and worry. She whispered stories of their ancestors, of Moses and David, legends that seemed to fade with each passing day. "We are a chosen people," she murmured, as if her words could weave a protective charm around her family. Yet, with each rattle of armor and rumble of chariots in the distance, her faith wavered. It was a time when belief was tested, and the very essence of identity was at stake. In the royal palace, King Ahaz of Judah wrestled with his own demons. He was a king faced with impossible choices, caught between the demands of his people and the looming shadow of Assyrian power. His courtiers whispered of alliances, of seeking aid from the very empire that threatened them. What will history say of me? He wondered, as he paced the marbled floors, each step echoing with the weight of his decisions. The fear of invasion gnawed at him as he tried to shield his kingdom from the storm brewing on the horizon. Meanwhile, in the streets of Samaria, the capital of Israel, villagers gathered in hushed tones. They spoke of a prophet named Isaiah, a man whose voice pierced through the chaos, ringing with divine authority. His words were like thunder, powerful and unsettling. "Woe to those who go down to Egypt for help," he proclaimed, warning against reliance on foreign powers. The people listened with bated breath, their hearts racing between fear and hope. Could this man truly speak for God? Could his visions guide them through the dark valleys that loomed ahead? But the whispers of Isaiah did more than comfort. They ignited a flame of rebellion against complacency. "Behold, the virgin shall conceive and bear a son," he had declared, offering a glimpse of hope amidst despair, a promise that transcended their current suffering. The community buzzed with excitement and skepticism alike. The words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of what was yet to come. Elsewhere, the Assyrian armies advanced, their banners snapping in the wind, a terrifying sight that sent waves of panic rolling through the towns. The clash of steel and the cries of the wounded echoed like a dreadful symphony. Families fled from their homes, leaving behind everything they held dear. The desperation was palpable. It clawed at the hearts of every man, woman, and child. The struggle for survival seeped into the very fabric of life, knitting a tapestry of sorrow and resilience. As chaos reigned, the streets of Jerusalem became a microcosm of the nation's plight. People gathered at the temple, their voices rising in collective prayer, a symphony of desperation seeking divine intervention. They sought reassurance, a sign that the God of their fathers had not abandoned them. Tears streamed down faces etched with worry, yet amidst the fear, there was a flicker of defiance. The faithful clung to their traditions, their stories of triumph against insurmountable odds. They believed in the power of their history, that somehow it would guide them through the darkness. The tumultuous political landscape grew more complex as alliances shifted like sand. The northern kingdom of Israel, desperate for survival, found itself at a crossroads. Neighboring kingdoms, once allies, now became rivals in the face of Assyrian might. The cries for unity echoed in every corner, yet divisions festered, fueled by jealousy and pride. The nation stood at a precipice, teetering between hope and destruction, with Isaiah's voice ringing louder than ever. "The Lord will rise up as on Mount Perazim. He will be roused as in the valley of Gibeon," he thundered, his words igniting a flicker of defiance against the tide of despair. Yet, as the dust settled from skirmishes and betrayal, the reality of the Assyrian siege became undeniable. The armies marched relentlessly, a relentless tide threatening to drown the hopes of the faithful. In the quiet moments, when the din of battle subsided, mothers comforted their children with lullabies of courage and dreams of freedom. Fathers, with heavy hearts, looked to the horizon, yearning for a glimmer of salvation. The struggle was palpable, each day a battle between despair and the flickering flame of faith. The land itself seemed to respond, the earth trembling beneath the weight of their struggles. Hushed prayers became cries of anguish as families mourned loved ones lost. In these moments of pain, something else began to stir, a fierce determination to stand against the tides of oppression. "What if we rise up?" whispered a young man among the throngs, catching the attention of those around him. "What if we fight for our future, for our children's tomorrow?" The words ignited a spark, a glimmer of a movement that could change everything. With every breath, the tension thickened, the air charged with the electricity of what was to come. The people of Judah and Israel were drawn together in their anguish, their hopes intertwined in a desperate quest for redemption. From the walls of Jerusalem to the fields of Israel, a sense of urgency surged, a rhythm of resolve, a heartbeat that could not be silenced. They were caught in a relentless storm, yet within the chaos, the promise of a brighter dawn flickered just beyond the horizon. The sun dipped low over Jerusalem, casting long shadows across the cobbled streets, where the cries of merchants mingled with the laughter of children. Amidst this vibrant tapestry of life, a young boy sat on a weathered stone, his eyes wide with wonder as he soaked in the sights and sounds of the city. It was a world full of energy and promise, but unbeknownst to him, a storm was brewing, a tempest of uncertainty that would shape his future and the fate of many. Isaiah was born into a time of tumult and transformation. The kingdom of Judah stood at a crossroads, teetering between faithfulness and disobedience, between prosperity and impending doom. His lineage traced back to royal blood, linking him to a family of influence. His father, Amaz, was likely a man of some standing, perhaps connected to the court of King Uzziah. This connection to power would weave a complex fabric of expectation and destiny around the boy, shaping the very essence of who he would become. As a child, Isaiah was drawn to the temple, where the scent of incense mixed with the sound of prayers, creating an atmosphere that felt alive. He watched as priests in flowing robes recited ancient texts, the flickering candles illuminating the faces of the faithful, who came seeking hope and guidance. Every corner of the temple was steeped in stories of miracles and divine intervention, tales that echoed in the chambers of his heart. Little did he know that the same God who spoke to his ancestors would one day summon him to deliver messages that would shake the foundations of his beloved Jerusalem. Yet, life was not merely a series of holy moments. The shadow of Assyria loomed large over Judah, a great empire that threatened to engulf smaller nations in its path. Whispers of war were like a cold wind, creeping into the hearts of the people, sowing seeds of fear and doubt. Isaiah felt the pulse of anxiety in the air, a tension that wrapped around the city like a thick fog. His youthful curiosity turned to concern as he witnessed how the people of Jerusalem clung to their idols, seeking false security in wooden statues rather than the living God. This betrayal gnawed at him, igniting a fire deep within. As he grew, the weight of the world pressed upon his shoulders. The joys of youth faded into the background, replaced by an urgent calling that struck like lightning in a stormy sky. One fateful day, while praying in the temple, Isaiah was overwhelmed by a vision. The walls trembled, and he saw the Lord seated on a high and lofty throne, surrounded by seraphim whose voices echoed like thunder, proclaiming, "Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts. The whole earth is full of his glory." In that moment, the veil between the divine and the earthly shattered, and he understood the magnitude of his purpose. He was chosen to be a messenger, a prophet, tasked with delivering God's word to a wayward nation. The vision left him both exhilarated and terrified. He was but a man, unworthy and flawed, yet the call was unmistakable. "Woe is me! I am undone!" he cried, recognizing the weight of the responsibility thrust upon him. But instead of rejecting him, a seraph flew to him, touching his lips with a burning coal, saying, "Your iniquity is taken away, and your sin purged." This act of grace transformed his fear into resolve. From that moment on, Isaiah was no longer just a boy from Jerusalem. He was a herald of divine truth. With each passing day, the reality of his calling sank deeper into his bones. He roamed the streets of Jerusalem, his heart heavy with the burden of messages that would often be met with scorn. "Rebellion and sin are a cancer to this nation," he would warn, his voice ringing clear like a trumpet. "Return to the Lord, or face the consequences." Yet, the people turned away, cloaked in their complacency and denial. Their laughter echoed around him, a cruel reminder of the indifference he faced. Yet Isaiah pressed on. As he walked among the people, he saw the corruption that festered in the hearts of kings and commoners alike. Greed and injustice ran rampant, leading the nation further from the covenant they once cherished. The wealthy feasted while the poor cried out for mercy, their voices drowned in the clamor of pride and arrogance. Isaiah's heart broke for the oppressed, and he knew that his words were meant to be a balm for their wounds. "You are the watchman," he would shout to the leaders. "You must act righteously. Speak up for those who cannot speak for themselves. It was in these moments that the tension grew palpable, the air thick with the anticipation of confrontation. The priests and kings of Judah, guardians of the faith, stood in defiance of his calls. They branded him a troublemaker, an extremist. Yet, in the shadows of their judgment, Isaiah found strength. He spoke with passion and conviction, visions of a future where justice flowed like a river igniting his soul. Each prophecy was a labor of love, a cry for change echoing through time. And so, the story of Isaiah unfolded against the backdrop of Jerusalem's rise and fall, a narrative woven with threads of hope and despair, faith and betrayal. As the empire of Assyria marched ever closer, the stakes grew higher, wrapping the people in a shroud of impending doom. Would they listen to the voice of the prophet? Would they heed the warnings echoing through the ages? For Isaiah, the lines between despair and hope blurred, his heart a battleground of emotions. He carried the weight of the world, yet the flicker of hope refused to die. He saw glimpses of a remnant, faithful souls who still yearned for the touch of the divine. His mission was clear. He would not rest until he spoke the truth, until the message burned brightly in the hearts of the people. As the shadows lengthened and the night descended upon Jerusalem, Isaiah stood at the gates, a solitary figure against the vastness of the impending storm. The air buzzed with electricity, an unspoken promise of what lay ahead. He was not merely a prophet. He was a voice crying out in the wilderness, unyielding in his pursuit of righteousness. The weight of history pressed upon him, and yet a flicker of hope ignited within. The time for action was near, and the world was about to bear witness to the unfolding drama of divine purpose. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the dusty roads of Jerusalem. People moved about, their faces etched with concern, their hearts heavy with the weight of whispers from the north. The air was thick with unease, as news spread like wildfire. A harbinger of doom from the mighty Assyrian Empire, a force that rolled like thunder across the land, threatening to engulf everything in its path. In the bustling streets, merchants exchanged anxious glances, their wares forgotten, their minds consumed with thoughts of survival. The Assyrians had conquered nation after nation, their fearsome army sweeping through territories like a relentless tide. The very name Assyria sent shivers down the spines of those who heard it. A kingdom known for its brutal warfare and unyielding ambition, Assyria was a storm gathering strength, and Judah was standing in its way. King Hezekiah of Judah lay awake at night, staring at the flickering shadows dancing against the walls of his chamber. The weight of his crown felt heavier than ever. He knew that the Assyrian king, Sennacherib, was not just a distant leader but a looming threat. Reports trickled in, detailing the horrors faced by neighboring nations. Cities reduced to ashes, families torn apart, each story a dagger to the heart, piercing his resolve. Hezekiah understood that it was not just his kingdom at stake. It was the very essence of his people, their faith and hope cloaked in the uncertainty of war. As the sun rose the next day, casting a golden hue over the temple, Hezekiah summoned his advisors. The tension in the air crackled like static, each man aware that their words could tip the scales of fate. They spoke in hushed tones, voices trembling with fear and urgency. Some advised submission, offering tribute to the Assyrians in exchange for peace. Others argued for resistance, believing that God would stand beside them in their time of need. The debate swelled with passion, a tempest of emotions swirling within the walls of the palace. Meanwhile, the Assyrian army, a well-oiled machine of terror, marched with a singular purpose. Clad in armor that glinted in the harsh sunlight, their faces were masks of determination. They had tasted victory too many times to turn back now. Each step they took echoed like a drumbeat of destruction, resounding throughout the region. Fear was a weapon sharper than any sword, and the Assyrians wielded it with ruthless efficiency. In the countryside surrounding Jerusalem, farmers worked the fields, oblivious to the storm brewing on the horizon. Yet, as rumors spread, their laughter faded, replaced by anxious glances toward the north. Children played under the watchful eyes of their parents, unaware that their innocence could soon be shattered by the horrors of war. The winds carried tales of bloodshed and conquest, wrapping around their unsuspecting hearts, sowing seeds of dread. The day came when an emissary from Sennacherib stood before the walls of Jerusalem, his voice carrying the weight of inevitability. He spoke of surrender, of tribute, of the futility of resistance. His words dripped with disdain, a taunt wrapped in silk that sought to erode the resolve of Hezekiah and his people. The threat was clear: submit or be crushed. The air was thick with tension as the emissary's voice faded, leaving a heavy silence in its wake. As Hezekiah listened, he felt a flicker of defiance ignite within him. He had heard the stories of deliverance, of the miracles that had sustained his people through trials past. He closed his eyes, envisioning the strength that lay within the heart of Judah. The God of his ancestors was not a distant memory but a living promise. He felt a surge of hope, a determination to stand firm against the tide of destruction. But doubt lingered like a shadow, creeping into the corners of his mind. Could faith withstand the might of an empire? As he pondered this, the voices of his advisors echoed in his ears, each one a reflection of the fear that loomed over them. The clash between faith and fear was palpable, a tension that threatened to snap like a taut string. In the streets, the people murmured their own thoughts, fear twisting their faces. Some spoke of surrender, believing it the only path to safety. Others clung to hope, whispering prayers that echoed against the stone walls of their city. Night after night, they gathered around flickering lamps, sharing tales of past victories, invoking the names of their forefathers who had stood against overwhelming odds. Each story was a lifeline, a tether to a past that felt increasingly fragile. As the days dragged on, the Assyrian forces tightened their grip, laying siege to Jerusalem with a relentless fervor. The city became a pressure cooker, where anxiety simmered just below the surface. Every dawn brought new dread, and every dusk deepened the shadows of despair. Families huddled together, sharing what little food they had, their hearts entwined with fear and hope in equal measure. The clash was inevitable, like two opposing storms ready to collide. Tension built to a fever pitch, and the air crackled with anticipation. The walls of Jerusalem, which had stood for generations, now seemed to waver under the weight of uncertainty. The question echoed in every heart and mind: would faith be enough to withstand the might of Assyria? As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting an orange glow that felt like a final farewell, Hezekiah gathered his people for a moment of prayer. Their voices rose together, a chorus of pleading, a cry that pierced the heavens. In that moment, they were united, emboldened not just by faith, but by the shared spirit of a people who refused to be extinguished. Little did they know that the clash of their fervent prayers and the thunderous approach of the Assyrian war drums would soon reach a crescendo, a moment where the fate of Judah and the heart of a nation hung in the balance, teetering between despair and hope, destruction and deliverance. The world was watching, holding its breath as the storm approached, ready to unleash its fury. A hush fell over the streets of Jerusalem as the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the ancient stones. The flickering flames of the temple torches danced in rhythm with the murmur of the faithful, their voices rising in a chorus of worship that echoed through the hills. Here, in the sacred heart of Judah, the air was thick with anticipation and longing, a palpable yearning for connection to the divine. But beneath the surface of reverent prayer lay currents of conflict, tension simmering like a pot on the verge of boiling over, a struggle between true devotion and the seductive allure of idols. In the bustling market, merchants hawked their wares, vibrant fabrics draped over stalls like a painter's palette spilling color onto the cobbled paths. A mother, her hands calloused from labor, clutched her child close as she passed by the statue of Baal. Adorned with jewels and offerings, the idol loomed large, a symbol of both temptation and despair. The whispers of the crowd hinted at the allure of prosperity promised by this foreign god. But the mother's heart trembled with the weight of the commandments, the call to worship only Yahweh. As twilight enveloped the city, the temple stood as a beacon of hope, its golden facade gleaming against the darkening sky. Within its sacred walls, priests donned their rich robes, their hands poised in reverent supplication. Yet, even here, amidst the incense and the chants of prayer, shadows of corruption lingered. The rich offered sacrifices that were grand in scale, while the cries of the poor went unheard, muffled beneath the weight of empty rituals. The stark contrast between the lavish offerings and the destitute plight of the marginalized painted a haunting picture of a society fractured by inequality. In a dimly lit alley, a group of faithful gathered, their faces etched with worry. They spoke in hushed tones about the growing influence of idolatry, a creeping vine that threatened to strangle the very roots of their faith. "How can we stand by?" One voice broke through the silence, filled with righteous anger. "How can we allow these false gods to take the place of our Creator?" The words hung heavy in the air, a fervent plea for justice and truth in a world seemingly bent on turning away from the divine. As night deepened, the ancient walls of Jerusalem bore witness to fervent prayers and heated debates. In the shadows, a prophet emerged, a lone figure clad in rough-hewn garments, his hair wild and eyes ablaze with passion. He called out to the people, his voice echoing through the streets, challenging their complacency. "Worship is not mere ritual. It is a cry for justice. Your hearts must align with your actions." His words struck like arrows, piercing the hearts of those who listened. Yet, fear coiled around their hearts like a serpent. What would happen if they dared to stand against the tide of idolatry? In the distance, the sound of drums began to rise, a rhythmic heartbeat that pulsed through the city. It heralded the festival of a foreign god, a celebration that promised abundance yet threatened to drown out the voice of Yahweh. The streets flooded with revelers, their laughter mingling with the clanging of metal and the scent of roasted meats. It was a sight both enchanting and terrifying, for the boundaries between worship and idolatry blurred in the haze of feasting and joy. Those who had once stood firm in their beliefs now found themselves torn, pulled in different directions by the powerful forces of culture and tradition. Two women, once friends, stood on opposite sides of the street, each representing a different path. One, eyes shining with hope, urged her friend to join her in the temple, to seek the true essence of faith. The other, dressed in vibrant festival garb, beckoned her with promises of pleasure and prosperity. Their hearts ached with the weight of their choices, the silent battle between loyalty to God and the allure of worldly delights playing out in their eyes. It was a struggle that many faced, a poignant reminder that worship is more than a moment. It is a lifestyle, a commitment. As the night wore on, the tension mounted. Families were torn between the sacred and the profane, caught in the crossfire of societal pressures and spiritual convictions. Children caught glimpses of the revelry, their innocent faces lit with wonder, unaware of the dangers that lay beneath the surface. The laughter of the festival-goers echoed like a haunting melody, a call to abandon the moral compass that guided their ancestors. Amidst the chaos, the prophet continued to cry out, his voice rising above the din, "Justice, mercy, humility. These are the offerings that please the Lord. Reject the idols that chain you to despair. For true worship is to care for the widow and the orphan, to seek justice for the oppressed." His fervor ignited a fire in the hearts of some, a small band of believers who began to gather around him, their spirits rekindled by his passionate call. They formed a circle under the stars, their hands joined in solidarity, a small testament to the power of faith that stood against the tide of idolatry. Yet, outside their circle, the world continued to whirl chaotically. The festival reached its crescendo, a cacophony of music and laughter that drowned out the cries for justice. It was a scene that tugged at the heartstrings, a juxtaposition of joy and sorrow, faith and betrayal. Those who once held fast to their beliefs now found themselves questioning, the allure of the idols growing stronger as the night deepened. The prophet's voice faltered for a moment as he witnessed the struggles surrounding him, a moment of vulnerability in his steadfast resolve. The streets that had once thrummed with the heartbeat of faith now felt like a battleground, a collision of ideologies that threatened to tear the very fabric of Judah apart. He felt the weight of history pressing down upon him, the echoes of prophets past urging him to stand firm. The night wore on, and the flickering lights of the festival began to dim, But the call for justice remained alive in the hearts of the faithful. They held on to the hope that even in the face of overwhelming odds, their voices could rise above the clamor of idols. They knew that this was more than a fight for their faith. It was a battle for their identity, a struggle to reclaim the essence of worship that had been lost in a sea of distraction. As dawn approached, the first light of day broke over the city, casting a soft glow on the tired faces gathered in quiet reflection. The festival was fading, but the questions lingered. Who would answer the call for justice, and who would succumb to the seductive whispers of idolatry? The tension in the air was electric, a promise that the struggle for true worship in Judah was far from over. The heartbeat of the city pulsed with the unresolved conflict, a foreboding sense that the battle between faith and idolatry would continue to echo through the ages. A thick haze hung in the air, heavy with the scent of incense and the weight of centuries of worship. The Temple of Jerusalem stood not only as a house of God, but as a realm of boundless mystery, where the sky seemed to bend and the air hummed with a divine presence. It was here, in the year that King Uzziah died, that everything would change. A moment was approaching that would alter the course of a nation, and the trembling heart of a man would beat in sync with the pulse of the universe. Isaiah, a humble priest, stood quietly in the shadow of the temple's majestic pillars, his heart heavy with the burden of loss. Uzziah had reigned for 52 long years, a king who had brought prosperity and strength to Judah. Yet now, uncertainty loomed like a dark cloud, casting doubt over the future. The air crackled with an almost tangible tension, as if the heavens themselves were holding their breath. Isaiah felt a flicker of dread. The world seemed to tilt on its axis, the ground beneath him uncertain. Then, in an instant, time stopped. The vision unfurled like the petals of a flower blooming in the light of dawn. The temple walls began to shimmer, the very stones vibrating with a holy resonance. Before him stood the Lord, high and lifted up, and the train of his robe filled the temple. It was not merely a sight. It was a revelation that penetrated deep into the core of Isaiah's being. Waves of awe washed over him, each crashing moment pulling him deeper into the divine mystery. Seraphim, radiant beings with 6 wings, circled above, their voices a thundering chorus. Holy, holy, holy is the Lord of hosts. The whole earth is full of his glory. Each word struck like lightning against the walls, igniting the air with electric fervor. Isaiah could feel the tremors of their song resonate within him, each note piercing through layers of fear and uncertainty. It was as if they were singing not just to God, but to him and to all of creation. The intensity grew, the very foundations of the temple shaking at the sound of their proclamations. Isaiah felt small and vulnerable, as if the weight of all his shortcomings was pressing down on him like a heavy shroud. "Woe is me!" he cried, his voice trembling. "I am lost, for I am a man of unclean lips, and I dwell in the midst of a people of unclean lips." The weight of his confession hung in the air, a raw vulnerability that echoed through the halls of eternity. Would he be consumed in this divine presence? Would he become nothing but ash in the wake of holiness? But then, a seraph flew to him, a fiery being with a live coal in hand, taken from the altar. Isaiah watched, heart racing, as it approached. It was an act of mercy, a sign that his fears were unfounded. The seraph touched his lips with the blazing coal, and as the heat seared him, words of grace flowed through his soul. "Behold, this has touched your lips. Your guilt is taken away, and your sin is atoned for." The relief felt like cool water on a parched tongue, washing away the doubt and despair that clung to him like a dark shadow. In that staggering moment, Isaiah's spirit ignited with purpose. He had been cleansed, transformed, and reborn in the fires of divine love. The voice of the Lord broke through the sanctity of the temple, resonating with authority and urgency. "Whom shall I send, and who will go for us?" Each word was a call to action, a summons that echoed in the depth of his newly awakened spirit. Without hesitation, the words tumbled from his lips, fueled by a fervor he could barely contain. "Here I am. Send me." It was more than a response. It was a declaration of his willingness to embrace the unknown, to step into the role God had prepared for him. The thrill of being chosen surged through his veins, igniting a fire that would never be extinguished. Yet, the Lord's reply was weighty, a solemn proclamation that sent shivers down Isaiah's spine. "Go and say to this people, keep on hearing, but do not understand. Keep on seeing, but do not perceive." The mission was not a simple one. It would be fraught with challenge and heartache. Isaiah understood that he would bear a message that many would reject, a call to repentance that would fall on deaf ears. But even in the face of this daunting task, hope flickered in the depths of his heart. The vision, the calling, the divine encounter in the temple had painted a new reality, one where he could no longer hide in the shadows of uncertainty. He would become a voice for those who could not hear, a light for those lost in darkness. The weight of his burden transformed into a mantle of responsibility, and with it came an exhilarating sense of purpose. As he stepped back from the brink of the vision, the temple around him resumed its ordinary form, but he was forever changed. The flames of the seraph's coal still danced in his memory, a reminder of his atonement and the fierce love of the God he served. With every breath, he carried the echoes of divine holiness, knowing that he was called to walk a path paved with challenges, but illuminated by faith. The air was still thick with the scent of incense, the echoes of the seraphim's song lingering like a sweet perfume. Isaiah stepped out of the temple, the weight of the world on his shoulders, but his heart soared with the realization that he was not alone. Ahead lay a future filled with turmoil, but also with the promise of redemption and hope. He could hear the whispers of a people in need, their cries reaching up to the heavens, beckoning him to respond. And so, with renewed strength, he took his first steps into a world that awaited the truth he now carried within him, a fragile flame in a storm. The vision had not only revealed the divine, but had unveiled his destiny. The journey had only just begun, and the weight of prophecy now rested upon him, a testament to the glory that had filled the temple that fateful day. The call had been made. The response was but the first step into eternity. The air was thick with anticipation, a shroud of darkness hanging over the people of Judah. The great city of Jerusalem, with its towering walls and bustling streets, seemed unaware of the storm brewing on the horizon. The sun hung low, casting long shadows that danced ominously across the ancient stones, whispering secrets of a world about to be changed forever. In this moment, a voice pierced through the silence, a voice that would shake the very foundation of the nation. Isaiah stood alone in the temple, a sacred space shimmering with the remnants of incense and the echoes of prayers long past. The walls, adorned with intricate carvings, bore witness to the cries of the faithful, yet now felt hollow, as if the very stones trembled in fear. He felt it in his bones, a weight pressing down, a calling that could not be ignored. It was as if the heavens had opened, and he was about to be thrust into a celestial drama where judgment and hope intertwined. A flicker of light caught Isaiah's eye, drawing him toward the altar. There, amidst the flickering flames, stood creatures unlike any he had ever seen. Seraphim, their wings shimmering like molten gold against the darkness. They sang an anthem of holiness, their voices rising like a tide, crashing over him, washing away doubt and fear. Holy, holy, holy is the Lord Almighty. The whole earth is full of his glory. The words echoed, reverberating in the very marrow of his being. Yet, amidst that overwhelming beauty, a sense of dread coiled tightly around his heart. "Woe to me!" he gasped, falling to the ground, acutely aware of his human frailty. "I am ruined, for I am a man of unclean lips, and I live among a people of unclean lips." The seraphim's song faded momentarily, giving way to a chilling silence that enveloped him. How could he, a mere mortal, stand in the presence of such holiness? Then the seraph descended, a blazing figure, bearing a coal from the altar. Isaiah flinched as it touched his lips, a searing pain that transformed into a soothing balm. "See, this has touched your lips. Your guilt is taken away, and your sin atoned for." The weight lifted, the fear receded. In that instant, he understood. This was not merely a moment of judgment but a gateway to redemption. And then came the call, the divine question that echoed through the chambers of his mind. Whom shall I send? And who will go for us? The voice was a chorus of longing, a plea for a willing heart to carry a message that would shatter the silence of complacency and rattle the very core of a nation blinded by its own desires. A hush fell over the temple, and in that sacred stillness, the enormity of the task loomed large. Isaiah's heart raced. Could he be the one? Here am I. Send me. The declaration exploded from his lips like a burst of light breaking through the clouds. The seraphim gazed upon him with a mixture of awe and approval. Yet, deep within, he felt the tremors of uncertainty. What awaited him was not just a mission of glory, but a journey into the shadows where hope seemed all but extinguished. Go, commanded the Lord, and tell this people, be ever hearing, but never understanding. Be ever seeing, but never perceiving. Those words cut through him, sharp and unyielding, a prophecy of heartache and rejection. How could he convey such a heavy message? How could he stand before the people and declare their impending doom while holding onto the flicker of hope that still burned within his soul? The vision of a nation blind to its own failings haunted him. He could see their faces, familiar yet distant, filled with pride and self-satisfaction. They would scoff at his words, reject the truth he bore, and yet he felt a fire ignite within him, a determination that transcended fear. For how long, Lord? He whispered, seeking clarity in the chaos that surrounded him. Until the cities lie ruined and without inhabitant, until the houses are left deserted and the fields ruined and ravaged. The weight of those words fell like a stone, and yet, amidst the sorrow, there was a hint of encouragement, the promise of a remnant, a holy seed that would spring forth from the ashes. In that despair, hope flickered like a candle in the night, and he felt it intertwine with his own destiny. Isaiah stepped out of the temple, the sun piercing through the clouds, bathing him in golden light. The streets of Jerusalem were alive with chatter, laughter, and the mundane rhythms of daily life, oblivious to the urgency of his call. But he could not shake the heaviness in his heart, the burden of a message that would ignite both fear and longing. Days turned into weeks as he traversed the city, his voice rising above the din, echoing the divine revelations he had received. People turned their heads, some sneering, others curious, and a few searching for truth amid the chaos. The tension was palpable, a taut string pulled to breaking point, as he stood before kings and commoners, unyielding in his purpose. The prophecies flowed like a river, warning of the coming storm, a tempest of judgment that would sweep through the land. And yet, within his words, the tender whisper of hope remained, a reminder that even as darkness encroached, light would break through. The remnant would rise, their hearts aflame with the knowledge of a God who restores. As he delivered his messages, Isaiah's heart raced with both fear and exhilaration. He knew the path ahead would be littered with obstacles, mockery, rejection, and perhaps even danger. But with each proclamation, he felt the rhythm of his heartbeat align with a greater purpose, a divine melody that echoed through history. This intertwining of judgment and hope was not just for the people of Jerusalem. It was a call that resonated through time, an invitation for all to hear and respond. The days grew darker, the people more entrenched in their ways, yet Isaiah's spirit remained unbroken. He was a watchman on the walls, a voice crying out in the wilderness of apathy. The tension between despair and hope hung in the air, an invitation to transformation that few could comprehend. His commission was not just a task. It was a divine longing for connection, for hearts to awaken to the truth and the promise of redemption. With each word he spoke, each vision he shared, he was not only fulfilling a promise but stepping boldly into the future, where the message of judgment would collide with the unwavering hope of a God who, even in the darkest moments, held out his hand in love. The echoes of his voice would ripple through generations, an indelible mark on the tapestry of time, inviting all who would listen to see the world through God's eyes, where judgment and hope danced together in an eternal embrace. The air in Jerusalem was thick with tension, barely stirred by the gentle breeze that rustled the palm fronds lining the streets. Whispers filled the narrow alleys, the kind that prickled the skin and made the hairs on the back of the neck stand on end. The kingdom of Judah stood at a precipice, a storm brewing on the horizon, and the hearts of its people were heavy with uncertainty. King Ahaz, a young ruler cloaked in the weight of his lineage and the fears of his people, wrestled with a dilemma that could shatter the fragile peace of his reign. The Syro-Ephraimite war loomed like an ominous shadow over the city. To the north, the powerful alliance of Israel and Aram was gathering, their armies like dark clouds ready to unleash a torrent of destruction. Ahaz had heard the reports of their intentions, their desire to overthrow him, to install a puppet king, and to draw Judah into a war that promised only ruin. Would he stand his ground, risking everything, or would he seek the protection of distant Assyria, a lion that could easily turn and devour him whole? Fear gripped the kingdom, and even the mighty walls of Jerusalem felt the tremor of anxious hearts. The cries of mothers echoing through the streets, the hushed conversations in homes where hope teetered on a knife's edge, all spoke of a collective dread. Each day, the sun rose and set over Jerusalem, yet the shadow of war darkened their lives, twisting their joys into a tight knot of anxiety. In the midst of this turmoil, the prophet Isaiah emerged as a beacon of light. His presence was commanding, yet there was a gentleness in his eyes that seemed to say he understood the fears that plagued the king. "Ahaz!" he called out, his voice steady, cutting through the murmur of doubt. "Listen to me, for the Lord has a message for you. Do not fear the threats of your enemies. They are but smoldering stubs of firewood, destined to burn out." But Ahaz was torn. The royal court filled with advisors, each one offering counsel wrapped in their own fears and desires. Some urged him to fortify the city, to recruit more soldiers, to ready the people for battle. Others whispered of alliances, tempting him with promises of safety if only he would seek help from the tyrannical Assyrians. Each word fell like heavy stones on the scales of his decision, and the weight was nearly unbearable. A chill wrapped around the king's heart as he recalled the stories of old, the tales of kings who sought help from foreign powers, only to find themselves ensnared in webs of deceit and betrayal. His mind raced with images of Judah's ancestors, who placed their trust in the Lord, who relied on faith rather than swords. Would he too forsake that legacy, or could he find a path that honored it? Isaiah stood tall, unwavering in his conviction. "You must ask for a sign, Ahaz. Let it be as high as heaven or as deep as the grave. The Lord will not abandon you." Yet the king, cloaked in his fear, pushed back the offer. "I will not ask," he replied, his voice laced with doubt. "I will not put the Lord to the test." But his refusal only revealed the turmoil within. In his heart, he feared a sign might demand a faith he felt incapable of mustering. The prophet's eyes locked onto Ahaz, and in that moment, the air around them thickened with a certainty that felt almost electric. "Then hear this, you house of David. The Lord himself will give you a sign. A young woman shall conceive and bear a son, and you shall call his name Emmanuel, God with us." The words rolled off his tongue like a hymn of hope, a message that danced between the lines of despair and promise. Ahaz's heart quivered at the mention of the child, a symbol of hope that seemed so distant yet so real. How could he grasp the notion that God would not abandon his people? The council meeting turned heated. Advisors clamored to weigh in, their voices a cacophony of dread. Some insisted on sending emissaries to Assyria, while others shouted about mustering what forces they could. The court became a battleground of ideas, each suggestion more desperate than the last. As night fell over Jerusalem, the flickering torches cast long shadows, silhouettes of fear that loomed large against the stone walls. Ahaz stood alone on the palace balcony, gazing out over the city that lay quiet yet restless beneath the stars. His heart pounded in his chest, a primal drumbeat of anxiety. The distant mountains held secrets, and the winds carried not just whispers of war, but also the faintest hint of divine intervention. In that moment, Ahaz wrestled not just with his political choices, but with his very soul. The promise of Emmanuel echoed in his mind, a counterpoint to the howling fears that surrounded him. Could he allow himself to lean into that promise, to trust that he was not alone? The weight of his crown felt heavier than ever, not merely a symbol of power but of responsibility, of the lives that hung in the balance. As dawn crept over the horizon, painting the sky with hues of gold and crimson, the first sounds of the day began to rise. The tension was palpable, but within that tension lay the seeds of a decision that would reverberate through history. Would Ahaz choose the path of faith, guided by the words of Isaiah, or would he succumb to the despair that whispered for him to seek solace in the power of Assyria? The war drums in the distance grew louder, a reminder that time was running short. The people of Judah awaited their king's decision, their hearts woven together in a tapestry of hope and fear. Each moment stretched out like an eternity, the weight of the world pressing down upon Ahaz as he stood on the precipice of his destiny, caught between the looming threat of conflict and the beckoning promise of divine assurance. What would he choose? Would he rise to meet the challenge with faith, or would he turn away, sealing Judah's fate in a desperate allegiance? The stage was set, and the outcome rested not just on the shoulders of one man, but upon the hopes and dreams of an entire nation yearning for peace. The echoes of war were near, and the flickering flame of faith was about to be tested in the crucible of history. In the cold, oppressive air of the ancient city of Jerusalem, a whisper of dread floated through the streets like a chilling wind. The people were restless. Rumors thrummed in the alleys, curling around the ears of merchants and mothers alike. The kingdom of Judah stood on the brink of turmoil. Enemies gathered like storm clouds on the horizon. Fear clutched at the hearts of men as they looked toward the looming shadows of the northern kingdoms. Within the palace, King Ahaz paced, his brow furrowed with worry. The fate of his people weighed heavily upon him. His kingdom faced the threat of Syria and Israel, two fierce adversaries allied against Judah. In moments like these, kings sought signs, omens, anything to offer a glimmer of hope amid despair. Yet, he did not realize that hope was already breathing in the air, wrapped in a promise he had yet to grasp. As Ahaz wandered through the gilded halls, the prophet Isaiah appeared, his presence like a thunderstorm rolling in. He approached the king, his eyes aflame with urgency. "Be careful, be quiet. Do not fear, and do not let your heart be faint because of these two smoldering stumps of firebrands," he implored. The words hung in the air, heavy with portent. Ahaz listened, but doubt flickered like a candle in the wind. He was a king caught in a web of anxiety, unable to see the threads of the divine weaving a tapestry of promise around him. Isaiah continued, "If you are not firm in faith, you will not be firm at all." These words were not just a warning. They were a lifeline thrown into turbulent waters. Yet, the king remained locked in his fear, unable to break free from the shackles of his anxieties. The prophet, sensing the weight of his struggle, pressed on. "Ask for a sign," he urged. "It can be as deep as Sheol or as high as heaven." But Ahaz, cloaked in a facade of piety, replied, "I will not ask, and I will not put the Lord to the test." His voice trembled, betraying the turmoil within. Was it humility or simply an unwillingness to trust? The tension between belief and skepticism crackled in the air as Isaiah's brow furrowed further, sensing the gravity of the moment. "Listen, O house of David," Isaiah's voice thundered, echoing off the stone walls. "Is it too little for you to weary men, that you weary my God also?" The words struck Ahaz like a bolt of lightning, illuminating the darkness of his doubt. The king's heart raced, caught between the weight of his fears and the looming promise of God's intervention. Then came the most remarkable pronouncement, a prophecy that would resonate through the ages. "Therefore, the Lord himself will give you a sign. Behold, the virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel." The name hung in the air, a promise laden with hope, a promise that God was with them, even in their darkest hour. The child would not just be an heir. He would be a symbol of God's unwavering presence. The chill of despair began to thaw, replaced by a fragile spark of faith. As the words settled over the king, there was a moment of stillness. The echoes of the past whispered of other children born under unlikely circumstances, of promises made to barren women and the cries of infants who would change the course of history. In that moment, The air vibrated with possibilities. What could this child mean for Judah? Would he be a savior, a warrior, or perhaps a gentle shepherd guiding his people back to the path of righteousness? The people outside were oblivious to the weight of the prophecy that was unfolding within the palace walls. They busied themselves with daily life, unaware that a child was about to be born who would embody the very essence of hope. Yet, in the hearts of the faithful, a flicker ignited. They began to tell stories of the child yet to come, imagining his laughter echoing through the streets, his tiny hands reaching out toward the lost and the broken. Isaiah, witnessing the king's struggle with faith, pressed on, his voice a mixture of urgency and compassion. He shall eat curds and honey when he knows how to refuse the evil and choose the good. This child would grow strong in spirit, embodying the very qualities that Judah so desperately needed. The burden of kingship weighed heavily on Ahaz, but the promise of this child held a different kind of weight, one that could lift the nation from despair into the light of hope. Yet the prophecy was not just a gift, it was a challenge. It called for faith, a deep-seated belief that transcended the immediate circumstances. Ahaz would have to confront his fears, to open his heart to the possibilities that lay ahead. The air crackled, thick with tension. Would the king choose to believe in this promise, or would he remain shackled by doubt? As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows across the city, Isaiah turned to leave, his heart heavy with the weight of his message. The echoes of a prophecy hung in the air, waiting to be fulfilled. And somewhere, in the unseen folds of time, a child was being woven into the fabric of history. In the distance, the sounds of the city faded into silence. The night was pregnant with possibilities, teeming with the anticipation of a child who would one day carry the hopes of a nation on his small, fragile shoulders. The winds whispered secrets of what was to come, a promise rooted in the very essence of existence. The promise that even in the darkest moments, light would break through. And so, the story continued, weaving through the tapestry of time, drawing closer to the moment when the prophecy would spring to life. A child born not just to a king, but to all who would dare to believe in a future painted with the brushstrokes of hope. The shadows loomed larger, but so did the light. Emmanuel, God with us, was on the horizon. The world held its breath, waiting for the dawn. The air crackled with tension in the ancient city of Jerusalem, where whispers of the impending storm danced like shadows in the flickering lamplight. A sense of dread hung over the people, thick and suffocating, as they gathered in hushed circles, their eyes wide with fear and uncertainty. On the horizon, dust clouds rose ominously, heralding a force that even the bravest hearts trembled at. The Assyrian Empire was on the move, and their thirst for conquest was insatiable. The prophets, those chosen vessels of divine warning, roamed the streets, their voices resonating with urgency. "Prepare yourselves," they cried, "for a nation fierce and unyielding approaches." Their words fell like heavy stones, striking the hearts of the people. The very name Assyria sent shivers through the bones of every listener, echoing tales of destruction and despair. It was a name that conjured images of burning cities, sorrowful wails, and families ripped apart. And yet, there was hope woven into their warnings. Isaiah stood on a weathered stone, his eyes piercing the distance. He spoke with the authority of one who had witnessed the heavens tremble and the earth shudder. "The Lord speaks of a reckoning," he proclaimed, his voice rich with emotion. "Though the shadows loom, his light will not be extinguished. But the remnant must heed the call. Turn from your ways, seek justice, and stand firm." His words were both a balm and a sword, cutting into the hearts of the people. They felt the weight of his prophecy, the urgency of the moment, but could they truly change the path they were on? As twilight deepened, the city buzzed with unsettling energy. Families huddled together as mothers whispered comforting tales to calm their children's fears. Yet the tales of the Assyrian armies were far from comforting. Their soldiers were known for their brutal tactics, cutting down anyone who stood in their path. The people of Jerusalem could almost hear the distant clatter of chariots, the thunder of hooves, the clash of iron against iron. Each sound sent shivers down their spines. In a modest home, A young girl named Miriam clutched a worn doll, her knuckles white with fear. She had heard the stories, how the Assyrians had laid waste to cities like a storm sweeping through a field of wheat, how they had taken captives to distant lands, leaving behind nothing but ashes and memories. Her father, a humble farmer, had tried to reassure her, but even his voice trembled as he spoke of the need for vigilance, of preparing for what was to come. "We must pray," he urged, his eyes a mix of sorrow and determination. "We must ask for mercy." But prayer alone seemed a fragile shield. Outside, the chill of night settled in, and the skies darkened with the menace of approaching doom. The winds carried a foreboding whisper, as if the very heavens were warning of the coming tempest. Abundant with dreams and aspirations, the people of Jerusalem stood at a precipice, feeling the weight of their choices pressing down upon them. Would they heed the warnings, or would they allow arrogance to blind them to the impending danger? As the sun dipped below the horizon, a fire burned brightly in a public square where the community had gathered. The flickering flames cast ominous shadows, and the townsfolk listened intently to the brave men who had returned from the borders. Their voices trembled with the tale of a land draped in mourning, a land that had borne witness to the Assyrian advance. "We saw their banners," one soldier recounted, his eyes wide with fear, "a sea of colors, rising like a tide, and with them came the cries of the fallen." The crowd gasped, clinging to one another, hearts pounding in unison. The soldier continued, "They leave no stone unturned, no village untouched. Their hearts are hardened, their resolve unbreakable. If we do not prepare, we will be swallowed whole." His plea resonated deeply, igniting a flicker of determination within the crowd, but with it came a swell of panic. That evening, a sense of urgency settled into the bones of the city. The people began to gather supplies, storing food and water as they clung to the hope that they could form a united front. Each act of defiance against the coming storm felt like a small victory, a way to push back against the despair that threatened to engulf them. They gathered, not just to shield themselves from the Assyrian threat, but to forge a bond that would keep their spirits alive. But amidst the bustle, a lone figure stood at the edge of the square, Jeremiah, a prophet known for his sorrowful messages. His heart ached as he watched the frantic preparations, knowing that their efforts, while noble, could only go so far. "Woe to the people of Israel," he cried, his voice cutting through the noise. "You cannot fight against what is ordained. Repent, turn back to the Lord, or you will find yourselves as mere shadows in the wake of destruction." The crowd hesitated, caught between the hope of resistance and the weight of their impending fate. Fear gripped their throats as they considered their choices. Every soul felt the gravity of their predicament. Would they heed the warnings of the prophets, or would they fall victim to their own pride? Would they bow in humility before the Lord, or stand defiantly as the Assyrian armies approached? The night deepened, the fires flickered low, and the air grew heavy with an impending sense of doom. The horizon glowed faintly, hinting at the approach of the storm, and the people of Jerusalem were left in that moment of silence, hearts racing, breaths held. They knew that soon, the time for preparation would end, and the moment of reckoning would begin. In the stillness, hope and despair danced hand in hand, a fragile balance that could tilt at any moment. The people stood at the edge of history, teetering between the promise of salvation and the shadow of annihilation. As the night stretched on, the weight of the world rested on their shoulders, and the darkened skies whispered secrets of what was yet to come. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the city of Samaria. The air was thick with tension, as if the very earth trembled with an unspoken dread. The people of the northern kingdom of Israel went about their daily lives, but a cloud of uncertainty loomed heavy over them. Prophets had warned of impending doom, their voices echoing in the streets like distant thunder. Whispers of the Assyrian army, a relentless force sweeping through the land, sent chills down the spines of even the most hardened warriors. In the heart of the city, King Hos, he looked out from the walls of his palace, his brow furrowed with worry. He was a ruler caught between the demands of his people and the ever-encroaching threat of invasion. With each passing day, the Assyrians drew closer, their numbers swelling like a storm gathering strength. Hosea had tried to forge alliances, to negotiate peace, but every attempt had crumbled like dry leaves in the wind. The weight of his people's hopes rested heavily on his shoulders, and the fear of failure gnawed at his insides. The Assyrians were not just an army. They were a force of nature, sweeping away everything in their path. Their reputation was built on terror, and tales of their brutality spread like wildfire. Mothers clutched their children close, fathers sharpened their swords, and the marketplace buzzed with frantic conversations. Panic was a palpable presence, wrapping around the throats of the citizens, squeezing out hope and leaving only despair. As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in shades of crimson and gold, the people gathered in the streets, drawn by the voice of a prophet. His words rang clear, like a bell tolling in the silence of a darkened night. He spoke of judgment, of the sins that had led to their downfall, and of the wrath that awaited them. Fear pierced through the crowd. As they listened, their hearts pounding in their chests. They had turned from their God, chasing after idols and false promises. Now, the time for reckoning was at hand. In the dim light of the evening, the walls of Samaria seemed to close in on themselves, a fortress of despair. Inside, the king sat with his advisors, their faces grim. They pored over maps, plotting their next move, but every strategy felt like grasping at smoke. The walls that had once seemed impenetrable now felt like a prison. The realization that their beloved city could fall, that their lives could be shattered, hung like a dagger above them. Suddenly, a messenger burst through the chamber doors, his face pale and wild. "The Assyrians are at the gates," he shouted, breathless with urgency. Panic erupted in the room, a cacophony of voices rising in disbelief. But in that moment, Hosea found a flicker of resolve deep within himself. "We will not give in easily," he declared, his voice steady. "We will stand our ground." But standing ground would not be enough. The Assyrians were coming, and they brought with them the full force of their might. They were relentless, attacking with a fury that left no room for mercy. The siege of Samaria began, a brutal chapter etched in the annals of history. Day after day, the people watched from their walls as the enemy encircled them, cutting off supplies, starving them of hope. The smell of desperation clung to the air, mixing with the scent of smoke and the cries of the wounded. Weeks turned into months, and the city began to wither. Children grew weaker, their laughter replaced by silence. Mothers wept as they watched their little ones suffer. The once bustling market fell quiet, and the joyous celebrations of harvest gave way to mourning. The beautiful gardens that adorned the city, filled with vibrant flowers and sweet fruits, became barren, a stark reminder of what once was. As the siege dragged on, Hosea clung to the belief that a miracle could save them. He sought counsel with the leaders of neighboring nations, but hope faded like the light of day. One by one, alliances dissolved, and the promise of help turned to dust. The king's heart grew heavy with the reality of their situation. The once radiant city, a beacon of culture and prosperity, was now a shadow of its former self, enveloped in fear and despair. On the fateful day when the Assyrians finally breached the walls of Samaria, the air crackled with a sense of foreboding. The battle cries of the enemy echoed through the streets. Hosea gathered his remaining warriors, a motley crew of men worn down by hunger and fear, and prepared for one last stand. They charged forward, but the tide of battle was relentless. The Assyrians, fierce and unyielding, cut through their ranks with ease. As chaos erupted, the cries of the fallen mingled with the clash of swords. Houses burned, and the once great city crumbled under the weight of despair. Hosea fought valiantly, but as he looked around, he saw the faces of his people, etched in fear and pain. In that moment, he realized that hope had slipped through his fingers like sand. The final hours of Samaria were marked by a haunting stillness. The sounds of battle faded, leaving only the crackle of flames and the echoes of sorrow. The Assyrians had claimed their prize, and the city's spirit lay shattered among the ruins. Those who remained would never forget the day that their lives changed forever, nor the haunting memories that would linger long after the dust settled. As the sun rose over the broken city, the world seemed to hold its breath. The northern kingdom of Israel had fallen, a testament to the fragility of power and the consequences of straying from faith. And as silence draped itself over the ruins, it whispered a chilling promise. The stories of those who had fallen would echo through the ages, a reminder of what was lost and a warning of what could come again. The heart of Israel had been struck, but the shadows of its past would linger, waiting for a new chapter to unfold. Thunder rolled across the sky, a deep growl that echoed the turmoil within a nation on the brink of despair. In the streets of ancient Jerusalem, the air was thick with fear and uncertainty. People whispered of impending doom, the kind that felt inescapable, as if the very earth would swallow them whole. Yet, amidst the chaos, a voice rose, a prophet named Isaiah, whose words would pierce through the shadows, offering both a warning and a glimmer of hope. Isaiah stood upon the crumbling stone steps of the temple, his robes flowing like the tempestuous winds that whipped around him. With eyes that gleamed with the flame of divine insight, he called out to the people, words laced with both sorrow and fervor. "Hear the word of the Lord," he proclaimed. The voices of the crowd silenced, all eyes drawn to the man who dared to speak of judgment and redemption in a single breath. "Your sins have reached the heavens," he cried, his voice trembling with righteous anger. "You have turned your backs on the God who delivered you, indulging in idolatry and injustice." The cries of the oppressed echo in his ears, and their blood stains the very streets you tread. Gasps rippled through the crowd, fear tightening around their hearts like a vice. They knew he spoke the truth, but truth often stings with a bitter edge. Yet, Isaiah did not stop there. With a voice both tender and fierce, he painted the image of judgment that loomed over them like dark clouds swelling before a storm. "Your cities will be laid waste, your lands ravaged by invaders. The day of reckoning is at hand." The air crackled with tension as fear transformed into a palpable presence, a force that seemed to wrap around each person, squeezing their very souls. But even as the horror of judgment hung like a thick fog, Isaiah's next words burst forth like a ray of sunlight breaking through the gloom. "Yet there is hope. There is a promise of redemption." The crowd, once gripped by despair, now found a flicker of light amidst the darkness. "For though you have been unfaithful, the Lord will not forsake you. A remnant shall return, a people purified like silver in the refining fire." The promise echoed through the hearts of the weary. They listened, transfixed as Isaiah spoke of a future where justice would reign, where the wolf would lie down with the lamb, and swords would be turned to plowshares. The vivid imagery enveloped them, a balm for their wounds, a vision so powerful that hope began to bloom in their hearts despite the weight of their sins. Yet, the tension remained, a constant reminder of the bitter cost of their betrayal. Isaiah's voice grew stronger as he laid bare the path of redemption, a path laden with sacrifice. "A child will be born to us, a son given, and the government will be on his shoulders." The crowd held its breath, the promise of a messianic figure sending ripples of anticipation through the throng. Who would this child be? How could such a thing be possible amidst their ruin? As Isaiah continued, weaving threads of judgment and redemption together into a tapestry of divine grace, the people felt the weight of their choices heavy upon them. Yes, judgment was inevitable. The sins of their ancestors were not easily erased. But redemption, oh, redemption was a gift, a chance to rise from the ashes of despair and start anew. The very thought sent shivers down their spines, a stirring of emotions long thought buried beneath layers of shame and regret. The days turned into weeks, and the words of Isaiah lingered like a haunting melody. The prophet became a figure of both fear and hope, a reminder of the delicate balance between divine judgment and unending grace. Each day, the people pondered his declarations, weighed them against their own lives. They saw the cracks in their society, the suffering of the poor, the arrogance of the powerful. Could they change? Would they dare to reach for the promise of redemption? And then, as if echoing the prophet's own fervor, calamity struck. The Assyrian army, a mighty force of destruction, swept through the land, laying waste to the northern kingdom of Israel. The sounds of battle, swords clashing, screams of despair, filled the air like a dreadful symphony. The people remembered Isaiah's warning, and in that moment, the weight of judgment bore down upon them with an unbearable heaviness. Yet amid the chaos, they also clung to the promise. As families huddled together in fear, they whispered Isaiah's words to each other, a lifeline in the storm. "A remnant shall return," they murmured, their voices trembling with both hope and trepidation. As the dust settled and the echoes of war faded into the distance, a new chapter began to unfold. The remnants of the people, those who had survived the onslaught, looked toward the horizon, their hearts heavy with sorrow yet tinged with a flicker of hope. Would they be the ones to see the fulfillment of the words spoken by the prophet? Could they find their way back to the God they had forsaken? With each passing day, the call for repentance grew stronger in the hearts of the survivors. They began to gather, forming a community bound not just by blood, but by shared pain and a collective yearning for redemption. The echoes of Isaiah's voice stirred something deep within them, the realization that they could choose differently, that judgment did not have to be the final word. As they worked the fields, rebuilt their homes, and sought justice for their neighbors, they realized they were not merely waiting for a distant promise to be fulfilled. They were living the redemption that Isaiah had foretold. They began to see glimpses of the child who would bring hope, the Messiah who would transform their sorrow into joy. And so, the cycle continued, a dance between judgment and redemption, fear and hope. The story of Isaiah became not just a tale of a prophet's words, but a living testament to the resilience of the human spirit. The tension thrummed in the air, a reminder that they stood on the precipice of a new beginning, one that would echo through the generations, binding the hearts of many in a shared quest for justice, mercy, and the promise of something greater. The saga was far from over. It twisted on, a thread woven tightly into the fabric of their history, each moment pregnant with possibility, each heartbeat a step toward a horizon bright with hope. A soft wind stirred the dry leaves beneath the towering trees, whispering secrets of a world long gone. The sun cast its golden hue over the hills of Judah, but beneath that warm glow lay a darkness that seeped into the hearts of its people. In the shadow of the ancient walls of Jerusalem, the air was thick with tension, a palpable dread that chilled the bones. Prophecies hung like storm clouds, foreboding and heavy, as the land braced itself for the storm of judgment. The prophet, a man of fire and sorrow, stood at the crossroads of fate. His voice, a trumpet piercing the stillness, echoed through the valleys like a rallying cry. "Woe to you, Judah! The heavens have seen your misdeeds, and the earth shall tremble beneath your feet." His words dripped with urgency, each syllable a knife, carving into the very essence of their existence. The people, weary from years of disobedience, felt every blade cut deeper as he continued, painting pictures of ruin that would unfold if they did not turn back. Around him, the whispers of the past echoed relentlessly. The sins of the fathers lingered like a haunting melody, a reminder of broken covenants and forsaken altars. The cries of the innocent rose to the heavens, pleading for justice, yet the hearts of the people remained hardened. The prophet's eyes glistened with tears, reflecting the pain of a nation blind to its own decay. "Your idols will crumble, your cities will fall, and your children will weep in the dust of despair," he proclaimed, his voice trembling as he envisioned the desolation that awaited them. The judgment didn't just cast its dark shadow over Judah. The surrounding nations, too, felt the tremors of impending doom. Moab, Ammon, Edom. Each name hung like a ghost, a reminder of their own transgressions. "Woe to you, Moab!" the prophet cried out, his heart heavy with the weight of their collective sins. "Your pride shall bring you low, and your valleys will echo with the cries of the fallen." The words were not merely warnings. They were declarations from the heavens, each one a thunderclap that shook the very foundations of belief. As the prophet spoke, the ground beneath him seemed to quiver, as if the earth itself acknowledged the terrible truth. Families huddled together, eyes wide with fear, as the visions of destruction played out before them. They could see the smoke rising from their once thriving fields, hear the wails of their loved ones carried on the wind. The imagery was vivid, each word more painful than the last. The thought of their homes reduced to mere rubble haunted them, and still many turned away, unwilling to confront the chaos lurking within their own hearts. In the distance, the desolation of Tyre and Sidon spread like a virus. The prophet's voice grew hoarse as he railed against their merchants, their greed spilling over into every corner of the land. Woe to you! Your arrogance will blind you to the day of your downfall. The sea will rise to swallow your pride, and no one will remember your name. The people of Tyre, cocooned in their wealth, were shocked into silence, unable to comprehend that the treasures they hoarded would turn to dust and ash. As the sun dipped lower, a darkness crept upon the land, a sign of the judgment drawing near. The prophet's warnings rang in the ears of all who would listen, but many were deafened by their own desires. Like moths to a flame, they flitted towards their idols, blinded by the allure of power and luxury. The prophet's heart sank as he realized that these words, meant to save, might instead fuel their ruin. Woe! He thundered. Woe! To those who seek comfort in false gods, for fire will consume you, body and soul. In a nearby village, a mother clutched her child, eyes brimming with tears. She felt the weight of the prophet's words as a physical ache in her chest. Will we be lost forever? She whispered into the dark curls of her daughter. The child, with innocence etched on her face, looked up and said, Mama, the prophet says we can change. We can turn back. Hope flickered like a dying candle, but in the shadows of despair, the mother hesitated. The fear of the unknown gripped her, paralyzing her heart. The tension in the air thickened, breaths held as if the world was waiting for something to break. In the twilight, the prophet's gaze turned toward Jerusalem, the city of David, a place once filled with glory and now teetering on the brink of destruction. Woe to you, O Jerusalem! Your walls will crumble, and your enemies will come like wolves in the night. You have forsaken the covenant of your forefathers, and the price is steep. His voice trembled with the weight of love and anguish as he envisioned the beloved city, its streets echoing with the cries of sorrow. Behind him, the hills stood silent, indifferent to the unfolding drama. But within the hearts of the people, a fire sparked, ignited by the urgency of the prophet's plea. They looked at one another, seeing the fear mirrored in their neighbors' eyes, and for a fleeting moment, the possibility of repentance glimmered like a distant star. Yet, the shadows of doubt crept in, whispering lies that filled their minds. Can we truly change? They thought, uncertainty gnawing at their resolve. As night enveloped the land, the prophet's voice rose once more, a final crescendo in a symphony of warning and despair. Woe! 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 He cried, each word a heartbeat echoing through the darkness. The day of judgment approaches like a thief in the night. Will you still stand idle, or will you seek the light? The question hung in the air, heavy with expectation, as the people wrestled with their choices. And just like that, the night fell silent. The hopes and fears of a nation hung in balance, poised on the edge of a precipice. The echoes of the prophet's voice faded into the darkness, leaving behind a profound sense of unrest, a lingering question that would haunt their dreams. What lay ahead for Judah and its neighbors? The winds whispered of calamity, yet the embers of hope still flickered in the hearts of the faithful, a fierce reminder that the story was far from over. A child's laughter echoed through a sun-drenched field, where the innocence of youth danced like golden rays among wildflowers. It was a distant hope, a whisper of possibility, shimmering against a backdrop of despair. A world where wolves and lambs grazed side by side, where the gnashing teeth of fear and hatred were silenced by the soothing balm of understanding. This was the vision that Isaiah painted. A peace so profound, it felt like a sweet, cool breeze that swept across the parched land, promising life where once there was only death. The prophecy of Isaiah 11 stirred the hearts of the people, beckoning them with the allure of a better future. It spoke of a shoot coming forth from the stump of Jesse, a descendant of King David, who would rise to reign with justice and righteousness. This was no ordinary leader. His wisdom would surpass the ages, and his understanding would pierce through the shadows of ignorance. Kings and rulers of the earth had failed them, but the hope of the Messiah shone bright, a beacon in the dark. As the vision unfolded, it beckoned the weary and the broken-hearted. The Spirit of the Lord would rest upon him, a spirit of wisdom, of counsel, of strength. The hearts of those burdened by tyranny and oppression swelled with longing. They envisioned a time when the oppressed would be lifted, and the cries of the marginalized would resonate like a song of liberation. The people yearned for a leader who would not judge by mere appearances but would see the depths of the soul, understanding the plight of every person. Isaiah's words painted scenes rich with emotion. The wolf lying down with the lamb, the leopard resting beside the kid. A world turned upside down, where the fierce became gentle, where hostility was no more. It was a radical reimagining of existence, where children would play safely near the den of the asp, and the earth would be filled with the knowledge of the Lord like waters cover the sea. In this peaceable kingdom, fear would evaporate into the ether, replaced by love and connection. The heart raced at the thought. Grown men wept at the promise of peace that transcended the fiercest storms of their lives. Families torn apart by conflict dared to dream of gathering once again around a single table. Each line of Isaiah's prophecy resonated with their hopes, as they imagined a world where swords were turned into plowshares, where the scars of history healed under the embrace of compassion. Yet, the path to this peace was fraught with tension. The weight of despair was heavy on the shoulders of the people, and the vision felt like a distant dream. How would this come to pass? The doubts crept in like shadows, whispering that the world was too broken, too divided for such a transformation. But the promise lingered, hovering over their lives, urging them to hold on. The words of Isaiah ignited a flicker of faith in the hearts of the downtrodden, a glimmer of belief that perhaps, just perhaps, this future could be theirs. In the dusty streets of Jerusalem, the air was thick with the scent of longing. Mothers cradled their children tightly, fearful of the chaos that spun around them. The cries of the oppressed echoed through the alleys, mingling with the sounds of laughter from children playing in the shadows. Would they ever know a time when laughter would fully reclaim the day? Would they witness a moment when peace reigned and laughter echoed without fear of reprisal? The visions of prophets danced in their minds, urging them ever forward. Isaiah's words were not just an echo. They were a promise that challenged the very fabric of their reality. And for every tear shed in anguish, there was a flicker of hope ignited in the hearts of the faithful. They clung to the belief that the Anointed One would emerge, a beacon of righteousness in a world shrouded in injustice. Every breath they took was a silent prayer, an affirmation that they would not lose heart, that they would still dream of the peaceable kingdom. The vision was compelling, yet the realities of their existence loomed large. The world was a tapestry woven with threads of pain and suffering, where the weak were trampled upon, and the powerful often reveled in their might. Yet, in the midst of the turmoil, the cry for justice rang out, a clarion call that could not be ignored. With each utterance of Isaiah's prophecy, the dream of a peaceable kingdom grew stronger, like a stubborn flower pushing through cracked concrete, reaching for the sun. As the shadows lengthened and the sun dipped below the horizon, the people gathered in secret, sharing stories of hope, igniting their spirits with shared dreams. They spoke of the one who would come, the Messiah who would lead them into a new era. Their voices trembled with anticipation, weaving a tapestry of unity that knitted their hearts together, each thread reinforcing the dream of peace. The air crackled with energy, the room alive with the weight of their aspirations. And so they waited, hearts pounding with expectation, for the dawn that the prophet had promised. A day when the lion would lie down with the lamb, and all that was broken would be made whole. The vision of peace, radiating through the ages, beckoned them closer, a powerful force pulling them toward the future. The echoes of Isaiah's words lingered, a sweet, haunting melody that refused to fade, entwining their hearts and souls with the promise of a world reborn. In the dim glow of a flickering oil lamp, the air was thick with anticipation as the words of Isaiah swept through the room like a warm breeze, stirring the souls of those gathered. Among them were women, their faces soft yet resolute, their hearts beating with a strength that pulsed against the walls of tradition. Each woman had her own story, stories steeped in pain, joy, and an unwavering belief that they were woven into the very fabric of God's promise. As Isaiah spoke of the coming Messiah, a child born to heal a broken world, the women leaned in closer, their eyes shimmering with a mix of hope and fear. They understood, perhaps better than the men around them, that the whispers of prophecy were not just distant echoes but vibrant threads that connected their lives to the divine. In a society that often overlooked them, each woman held a piece of the prophecy, a sacred duty to nurture, to protect, and to bear witness to the unfolding of God's grand design. There was Hannah, her heart heavy with longing for a child, clenching her fists as she listened to Isaiah's stirring words. She felt the weight of the world pressing down on her, suffocating her dreams. Yet in that moment, something shifted. She remembered Sarah, Rebecca, Rachel, and Leah, all women who had faced their own trials yet were integral to the lineage of Israel. Their stories whispered to her, urging her to believe that even in her deepest despair, she was part of something greater. And then there was Miriam, who stood with steady resolve, the rhythm of her heart echoing the pulse of a nation. She recalled the songs of freedom that flowed through the hearts of the people, songs that had transformed despair into hope. Isaiah's prophecies stirred a fire within her spirit, igniting a fierce passion that she had not known she possessed. Women like her were not mere footnotes in history. They were the bearers of God's promises, the voices of the marginalized, and the champions of faith. In the shadows, a young widow named Naomi listened intently, her tears glistening like stars in the night sky. She had lost everything, her husband, her sons. Yet as she absorbed Isaiah's vision of restoration, a flicker of resilience ignited in her weary heart. The promise of a new beginning, of a future where sorrow would be replaced with joy, resonated deeply within her. She understood that Isaiah's words were not just meant for the powerful and the privileged. They were a lifeline thrown to every woman who had ever faced despair. As the prophecies unfolded, they spoke of a time when the mountains would be brought low and the valleys exalted, a world where justice would roll down like waters. The women began to see themselves in Isaiah's vision, not as passive observers but as active participants in the divine narrative. They recalled the moments when they had stood up against injustice, when they had raised their voices against oppression and fought for those who could not fight for themselves. In a poignant scene, Isaiah described the daughter of Zion, a metaphor for Jerusalem, personified as a woman who would rise from her desolation, adorned in garments of salvation and righteousness. The women nodded in understanding. They felt the weight of that mantle, heavy yet empowering. Each one of them was a daughter of Zion, called to rise up even amid uncertainty, to declare that their voices mattered, that their stories were worthy of being told. Amidst the gathering, the air crackled with a profound realization. Their identities were intricately bound to the prophecies they were hearing. They were not mere spectators in a male-dominated narrative. They were woven into the very words of Isaiah, each prophecy echoing their struggles and their victories. The tension mounted as they recognized the power of their collective strength, a strength born out of the trials they faced, the battles they fought, and the unwavering faith that surged through their veins. As they sat together, the weight of their shared history enveloped them, binding them in a way that transcended time. They spoke of Deborah, the prophetess and judge, who led Israel with wisdom and courage. They remembered Esther, whose bravery saved her people from annihilation, and they whispered of the countless women throughout their history who had turned despair into hope. With each name, the atmosphere thickened with emotion, the realization that their stories were not isolated but part of a divine tapestry, one that God had carefully woven through the ages. The murmur of voices filled the room, each woman recounting her own tale of resilience. There was a powerful energy, a pulse of faith that radiated from them, growing stronger with every shared experience. They knew, in the depths of their hearts, that they were called to be leaders, nurturers, warriors, and sages. The prophecies of Isaiah were not only about the coming king but also about the vital role they would play in ushering in a new era of peace and justice. And as night deepened outside, the flickering light danced upon their faces, illuminating their resolve. The stories of their ancestors intertwined with the prophecies of Isaiah, creating a bridge that connected past, present, and future. They were the voice of a generation poised to rise, ignited by the flame of hope that flickered in Isaiah's words. With each heartbeat, the tension in the room grew palpable, and the women realized they were not alone in this journey. They grasped each other's hands, forming a circle of strength, solidarity, and sisterhood. They were the guardians of the prophecies, the keepers of the promises that had been made to them and their forebears. The air vibrated with an understanding that they were on the brink of transformation, ready to step into a role that had been waiting for them since the dawn of time. All around them, the world was dark and full of despair. Yet in that sacred moment, light began to break through. They could feel it, a wave of empowerment that surged through them, carrying with it the voices of generations long past. With every breath, they were writing the next chapter of a story long foretold, a story where their roles would not be diminished or ignored but celebrated and exalted. The prophecies of Isaiah were not merely a roadmap for the future. They were an invitation for women to rise, to stand firm, and to embrace the sacred purpose that had been instilled in them since creation. The night continued, electric and alive, as the women of Isaiah's time prepared to take their rightful place in history, ready to weave their own tales of love, courage, and faith into the eternal story God was telling. And in that moment, their hearts beat in unison, a rhythm echoing through the ages, a clarion call of hope that would resonate long after their voices fell silent. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the ancient city of Jerusalem. The air was thick with tension, as whispers of change floated through the streets. King Hezekiah stood on the balcony of the royal palace, his heart pounding with a mix of hope and fear. The weight of his father's legacy loomed heavily over him, a stark reminder of the idolatry and wickedness that had taken root in Judah. Would he be able to turn the tide? Hezekiah's reign began with a spark of determination, a promise to restore true worship and cleanse the land of its corruption. He was not just a king. He was a reformer, a beacon of light in a time of darkness. As he gazed over the city, he envisioned a Judah where the worship of Yahweh would be central, where every heart would return to the God of their ancestors. The first steps of his reforms were bold and daring. He tore down the high places that had sprouted throughout the land, places where the people had sacrificed to foreign gods, where the echoes of pagan rituals rang out like a mournful tune. As the idols were smashed and the altars uprooted, a palpable excitement surged through the air. The people watched in awe, some with tears streaming down their faces, while others clutched their children, unsure of what to expect. But with every act of reform came fierce opposition. The remnants of the old ways fought back, their voices rising above the crowd, spreading fear and doubt. "Why abandon what has been?" they cried. "What if the gods of our ancestors turn against us?" Yet, Hezekiah remained steadfast. He gathered the priests and Levites, urging them to purify themselves and the temple, a hallowed ground long neglected. The temple, once filled with shadows, now began to shine with promise, echoing with the sounds of restored worship. In a dramatic ceremony, Hezekiah led the nation to celebrate the Passover, an event that had not been observed for years. The call went out far and wide, inviting all of Judah and even those from Israel, echoing through valleys and over mountains. Would people respond? Would they leave behind their idols and join him? The night before the festival, the city buzzed with anticipation. Some were cautious, while others felt a stirring within them, a yearning to return to their roots. As the sun rose on that fateful day, the air was thick with excitement and hope. Families gathered, their hearts beating in unison as they made their way to the temple. The sound of laughter mixed with the sweet aroma of roasted lamb filled the air. When Hezekiah stood before the crowd, his voice rang out like a trumpet, calling them to remember the God who had saved them time and again. The people responded with shouts of joy, tears of relief, and a newfound sense of unity. Yet not all were pleased. The northern tribes of Israel had long been estranged, their hearts hardened against the king's call. Some scoffed at the invitation to celebrate a festival they thought irrelevant. They were caught up in their own ways, and the fear of change gripped them tightly. But despite their reluctance, the celebration was electric. The very walls of the temple shuddered with the praise of the people. A chorus of voices lifted high, echoing through the ancient stones. Hezekiah watched as the people offered their sacrifices. Their hearts laid bare before their God. For the first time in years, he felt the weight of hope lifting. Not just for himself, but for all of Judah. As the festival continued, miraculous signs followed. Those who had come weak and weary found strength renewed. The sick were healed, and the broken hearts began to mend. The unity of worship transformed the atmosphere, weaving threads of connection among the people. It was a new dawn for Judah, one marked by reverence and remembrance. But, like the clouds that often gather before a storm, shadows loomed on the horizon. Sennacherib, the fierce king of Assyria, cast an ominous shadow over the land. News of his armies marching south sent chills through the hearts of the people. Could Hezekiah's reforms withstand such an onslaught? As the Assyrian legions approached, the city braced for the inevitable clash. Fear and uncertainty gripped the hearts of even the most faithful. In the face of impending doom, Hezekiah turned to prayer, a humble act that shone like a beacon in the dark. He spread out the threatening letter from Sennacherib before the altar, his voice trembling as he pleaded for divine intervention. The tension in the air was palpable, the very earth holding its breath as he sought the face of God. That night, as the stars twinkled overhead and the enemy's camp simmered with confidence, an angel of the Lord descended. The ground shook, and a stillness fell over Jerusalem. The next morning, the Assyrian camp lay silent, the soldiers struck down without a single sword being raised in defense. Hezekiah's heart soared with gratitude. The God of his ancestors had answered. But the battle for the hearts of the people continued. Yes, they had witnessed the miraculous, but doubts lingered. What if tomorrow brought another challenge? What if complacency crept back in, snuffing out the flame of reform? He knew that the journey ahead would be filled with trials and tribulations, and he felt the weight of his calling heavier than ever. Still, Hezekiah pressed on, surrounded by loyal friends and advisors, forging a path of righteousness. He encouraged the people to remain steadfast, reminding them of the blessings that followed obedience. Each day felt like a new beginning, each moment a chance to remind themselves of the power of faith. As the sun set over Jerusalem, painting the sky with colors of hope, Hezekiah stood once more on the balcony, looking out over the city he loved. The flickering lights of homes mirrored the stars above. What lay ahead was uncertain, but one thing was clear. The spirit of reform had taken root, and the heart of the nation was beginning to beat as one. Would they continue to rise, or would they falter in the face of the unknown? The echoes of prayer and promise lingered in the air, as the next chapter of their story waited just beyond the horizon. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the ancient walls of Jerusalem. Anxiety gripped the air as the news spread like wildfire. Sennacherib, the fearsome king of Assyria, was marching toward them with an army that seemed endless. The people whispered in hushed tones, their hearts racing with dread. How could they, mere mortals, stand against such a colossal force? In the sacred temple, King Hezekiah knelt, his brow furrowed with worry. The once stalwart faith that had sustained him now trembled on a fragile thread. Huddled in prayer, he could feel the weight of every prayer offered by his people. Their pleas for protection echoed off the cold stone walls, each cry a reminder of their vulnerability. Outside, the Assyrian soldiers were a dark cloud gathering on the horizon, their chariots like thunder rolling closer and closer. The city was alive with fear. Mothers clutched their children, eyes wide with worry as they gathered supplies, preparing for the worst. Fathers whispered reassurances they didn't truly believe but felt compelled to share. "We are the chosen people," they said, yet doubt seeped into their hearts like poison. What if their faith was misplaced? What if the gods that had once guided their steps were silent now? Rumors of Sennacheribs might reach the walls, the brutal sackings of cities, the ruthless treatment of captives. It was said he made mountains of skulls, a grim testament to his invincibility. With every passing day, the Assyrian forces tightened their grip around Jerusalem, their shadows stretching longer, darker. In a small home just outside the city gates, a family gathered for what might be their last supper. They sat close together, their fingers brushing as they passed bread, each morsel a bittersweet reminder of better days. The father, whose shoulders once stood tall, now drooped under the weight of despair. "God is with us," he said, but the words felt hollow, like a song sung with a broken voice. The mother heard the tremble in his tone and felt the chill of uncertainty creep into her heart. This was not the faith that had warmed their home. In the marketplace, traders spoke in low tones, their faces drawn and pale as they discussed their dwindling hopes. The air was thick with the scent of fear, a tangible thing that lingered in their throats. "Have you heard?" a man whispered, his eyes darting nervously. "They say the king of Assyria has sworn to crush us, to wipe us from the earth." The words hung in the air like a death knell, making hearts race and breaths quicken. As night fell, the walls of Jerusalem seemed to pulse with anxiety. The stars blinked down, indifferent to the plight of the city. Soldiers patrolled the battlements, their faces a mask of steely resolve, but inside, they too felt the tremors of fear. Every rustle in the darkness made them jump, every distant sound a reminder of the impending doom. They were warriors, defenders of the faith, yet in their hearts, shadows danced, conjuring images of loss and despair. Meanwhile, King Hezekiah sought counsel from the prophet Isaiah, a man revered for his visions and wisdom. The king paced the dimly lit chamber, his hands clenched tightly at his sides. "What shall we do?" he implored. Isaiah looked deeply into Hezekiah's eyes, his voice calm yet powerful. "Trust in the Lord," he said, "a firm anchor in the storm. Have faith, and he shall deliver us." Hezekiah's heart ached. Was faith enough to withstand the relentless tide of destruction? As he returned to his chambers, he wrestled with doubt. The Assyrian army loomed ever closer, and the cries of his people rang in his ears. Would the Lord truly protect them, or were they to be sacrificed to the gods of war? Desperation clawed at the edges of his mind. As he lay awake, the shadows in his room whispered with doubt. What if the walls that had protected them for generations crumbled before the might of Sennacherib? What if their faith wasn't enough? He could almost hear the distant roar of Assyrian warriors, their chants echoing in his ears, a terrifying symphony of conquest and destruction. The siege began, and the first arrows rained down upon the city like a storm of despair. The people of Jerusalem rushed to the walls, eyes wide with horror as they witnessed their beloved city under attack. Each arrow that struck the earth seemed to pierce their hearts. They could feel the ground quake beneath the weight of the enemy's advance, and the very air was heavy with the scent of smoke and fear. In the temple, the priests gathered, their chants rising higher in an attempt to drown out the chaos. They called upon the sacred name of God, but even the sound of their voices felt feeble against the thundering drums of war. The words seemed to echo back at them, a haunting reminder of their faith wavering against the relentless tide of doubt. Every night, tears fell in Jerusalem, tears of mothers who feared for their children, tears of fathers who felt powerless to protect their families, tears of children who could not understand why their world had turned to ash. The city seemed to hold its breath, waiting for a miracle, but the skies remained silent. King Hezekiah, amidst the confusion, clung to the words of Isaiah. "The Lord will fight for us. We need only to be still." Yet stillness felt impossible. The tension in the air was a living thing, and the city was on the brink. As the siege dragged on, Hezekiah was haunted by visions of loss. What if he had led his people astray? What if the very faith he had nurtured was about to crumble? Then came the night when the Assyrian army, sure of their imminent victory, fell into unexpected chaos. A divine wind swept through the camp, stirring confusion and dread among the soldiers. Whispers of a plague spread like wildfire, and in the darkness, panic erupted. Men who had marched with confidence now fled, leaving behind the spoils of war and the echoes of their own terror. In Jerusalem, the dawn broke with a fragile hope, the sky painted with hues of gold, as if the heavens themselves were offering a sign. But the crisis of faith lingered. The battle was far from over. All eyes turned toward the temple, where prayers had risen like incense. Would the God they had called upon deliver them once and for all, or would this be the beginning of the end? Amidst the uncertainty, the walls of Jerusalem stood tall, but the hearts of its people felt fragile. The moment was electric, pulsing with emotion and the weight of years of faith, doubt, and the unrelenting search for a sign. As the sun rose higher, illuminating the faces of the weary, the question remained, what would tomorrow bring? Would the God of their ancestors rise to meet them, or would they be left to face the shadows alone? The sun hung low over Jerusalem, casting long shadows that danced like phantoms across the cobblestone streets. A palpable tension gripped the city, thick enough to feel in the air, as hearts were heavy with dread. The Assyrian army loomed on the horizon, a relentless force that seemed unstoppable. People could see it in their neighbors' eyes. The flicker of fear mingled with despair. Whispers of doom echoed in the alleys, but amid this impending darkness, a flicker of hope began to light the way. Isaiah, the prophet, stood on the outskirts of the city, his robes billowing gently in the evening breeze. The weight of his calling pressed down on him like a stone, and the words of the Lord burned in his heart, ready to spill forth. He gazed at the city, his beloved Jerusalem, knowing that its fate rested in the balance. The skies above were painted with shades of purple and orange, but even the beauty of the sunset could not soften the chill in the air. He called to the people, his voice steady yet filled with urgency. Do not fear, for the Lord has spoken. His words cut through the murmurs of anxiety. You are not alone in this battle. God's promise of deliverance is near. The Assyrians may be strong, but our God is stronger. The crowd, initially skeptical, began to gather around, curiosity piqued by the fire in his words. Hope was a fragile thing, yet it began to flicker in their hearts. As Isaiah spoke, memories of past victories surged through the minds of the people. They recalled the stories of their ancestors, the Red Sea parting, the walls of Jericho crumbling, David defeating Goliath with nothing but a slingshot and faith. Each tale was a testament to God's unwavering presence in their lives, a reminder that even in the darkest times, deliverance was possible. The prophet continued, the rhythm of his voice rising and falling like the waves of the sea. The Lord says, I will protect my people. I will shield you from the enemy. Though they come against you like a flood, my spirit will raise a standard against them. His tone intensified, reaching into the depths of fear that had settled in the hearts of those gathered. They could feel the warmth of his conviction, and the flicker of hope grew into a roaring flame. A soldier stepped forward, his armor glinting in the fading sunlight. Isaiah, how can we believe? Our enemies surround us. We have seen their might. What can mere words do against such a force? His voice trembled, a mixture of anger and desperation. The crowd murmured in agreement, their faces etched with the harsh reality of their situation. Isaiah, undeterred, met the soldier's gaze. Words are powerful, my friend. They are the very breath of life. When God speaks, mountains tremble and seas part. Do you not remember the times when faith turned the tide? The battle is not ours. It belongs to the Lord. With every declaration, the atmosphere shifted. The crowd began to breathe a little easier, the tension slackening, if only for a moment. They could almost hear the distant echoes of past victories, like a haunting melody that promised a return to glory. Hope was a fragile bird, but in that moment, it began to take flight once more. As night descended, the stars twinkled overhead like diamonds scattered across velvet. Isaiah stood alone now, gazing at the vastness above. His heart swelled with the weight of his message. He was a messenger, a vessel of God's promise. Anxiety clawed at him, but he pushed it aside, for he knew that the dawn would come, and with it, God's deliverance. Suddenly, the sound of hooves pounding against the earth shattered the stillness. A rider burst into the city, breathless and wild-eyed. The crowd parted, fear gripping their hearts once more. The Assyrians, they are marching closer. We have no time. Isaiah's heart raced, but he remained steadfast. Fear not, for the Lord has promised. Stand firm, and you shall see the salvation of the Lord. A murmur ran through the crowd, a blend of fear and reluctant hope, as they grappled with the reality of their situation. The ground trembled as the Assyrian army approached, their banners waving like dark clouds across the horizon. But in that moment of impending chaos, Isaiah raised his hands to the heavens. O Lord, show your might. Let your promises flow like a river through this night. Time seemed to stretch, the air thick with tension. The people held their breath, hearts pounding, waiting for a sign. Isaiah's words echoed through the night, a battle cry fueled by faith. Then, as if the heavens themselves answered, a low rumble rolled through the air. It was a sound like thunder, a promise of something greater. The ground shook violently, and as if in response to Isaiah's plea, a great wind swept through the valley, swirling dust and debris. The Assyrians faltered, confusion spreading through their ranks. What was this? They had come to conquer, but now they faced something unexplainable. The people of Jerusalem watched in awe, hearts racing, as a storm erupted around them. The sky darkened, and lightning split the heavens. It was a terrifying sight, yet in the chaos, there was a flicker of something profound, an assurance that God was at work. Isaiah stood firm, unyielding against the storm, his eyes locked on the unfolding scene. The God of their ancestors was revealing his power, displaying the promise of deliverance in a way that shook the very foundations of their understanding. As the wind howled and the sky roared, hope surged in the hearts of the people, igniting a fierce determination within them. In that moment, they realized that deliverance was not just a promise. It was a reality unfolding before their very eyes. They were not alone. The God who had parted seas and toppled giants was fighting for them once more, and they were on the brink of witnessing a miracle. The storm raged, but amid the tempest, faith blossomed anew, unyielding and fierce. And just as the night seemed darkest, the dawn of promise was poised to break. A silence blanketed Jerusalem, heavy and expectant, as if the very air held its breath. The sun dipped low on the horizon, casting long shadows that danced eerily on the ancient stones of the city. Inside the walls, hearts raced, and whispers filled the streets, echoing tales of doom. The mighty Assyrian army, a fearsome force of thousands, loomed outside, their resolve unyielding. King Hezekiah knew the weight of his people's dread. His eyes reflected the flickering flames of the city's torches, illuminating not just the walls but the grave fears of the men and women within. As dusk settled, a hush fell over the citizens of Jerusalem. Parents gathered their children close, warriors sharpened their swords, and priests clutched their sacred scrolls, each soul waiting for a sign, a miracle. They prayed fervently, calling upon their God, pleading for deliverance from the encroaching darkness. The Assyrians, led by the ruthless King Sennacherib, had already taken city after city, leaving nothing but ashes and despair in their wake. The stories of their brutality spread like wildfire, igniting fear in the hearts of even the bravest soldiers. Then, in the stillness of the night, a glow broke through the gloom, a shimmering light that radiated from the temple. The people felt a stirring in their hearts, an unexplainable hope that began to take root among the despair. They looked toward the temple, their sacred place, where the presence of the Almighty was said to dwell. The air thickened with anticipation. In the cool of the evening, King Hezekiah, desperate yet resolute, knelt before the altar. The flicker of candlelight danced across his face, highlighting the determination in his eyes. "O Lord of hosts," he prayed, his voice trembling yet steady, "deliver us from this hand of darkness. We are but a remnant, yet we believe in your promise." As he spoke, the weight of his words hung in the air, echoing the cries of countless souls. As night deepened, the Assyrian camp buzzed with confidence. Soldiers laughed and boasted, their voices rising like a crescendo in the darkness. They believed that Jerusalem was but a mere obstacle in their path to domination. Yet, unbeknownst to them, an unseen force was gathering, preparing to unleash a power beyond their comprehension. Suddenly, in the stillness of the night, something shifted in the atmosphere. A hush fell over the Assyrian camp. The bravado of the soldiers faded, replaced by an unsettling dread that whispered through the ranks. The very ground beneath them felt alive, as if the earth were shaking off the weight of their arrogance. And then, in a burst of blinding light, an angel appeared, a figure of majestic power, radiating strength and authority. The angel of the Lord had arrived. With wings that shimmered like stars and eyes that burned with divine fury, the angel moved through the Assyrian camp. Panic erupted. Soldiers scrambled, their faces pale with terror. The laughter that had filled the air moments before turned to cries of fear. They fell to their knees, grasping for their weapons, but it was too late. The angel was a force of nature, a divine warrior sent to protect the faithful. On the walls of Jerusalem, the people watched in awe as the sky seemed to split open. The angel's presence was overwhelming, a promise fulfilled. Hezekiah's heart raced as he recognized the profound significance of this moment. It was a divine intervention, an answer to the prayers that had filled the night. The ground trembled as the angel drew closer to the Assyrian ranks. And then, with a voice that rolled like thunder, he spoke words of judgment. Enough! The word echoed through the valley, shaking the very air itself. The Assyrians froze, their confidence shattered. The angel's voice carried the authority of heaven, and in an instant, the tide turned. The soldiers, once so proud and arrogant, turned in terror, fleeing into the night like leaves in a storm. Chaos erupted. They trampled each other in blind panic, their once mighty army scattering like shadows before the dawn. Back within the city walls, Hezekiah and the people of Jerusalem watched in disbelief. They stood together, hearts pounding, as the sound of 1,000 footsteps faded into the distance. A wave of relief washed over them, but it was mingled with a holy reverence, a gratitude that felt almost tangible. Their cries had been heard, and the divine had intervened. As dawn broke, a hush fell over Jerusalem. The first rays of sunlight illuminated the city, revealing the stark contrast between the calm walls and the chaos beyond. The Assyrian camp lay in ruins, their tents abandoned and their banners trampled. And in the midst of it all, a miracle unfolded. The angel had passed through like a whirlwind, leaving behind a testament of faith and an unbreakable bond between the people and their God. But the story was not over. As the sun climbed higher, casting golden light upon the city, the people of Jerusalem gathered in the temple. Their voices rose in unison, a song of gratitude, a celebration of life and hope. Yet, even amid their joy, a lingering sense of unease haunted them. Could they truly trust that their enemy was defeated? What other darkness still lurked beyond the horizon, waiting for the moment of their vulnerability? As the sun kissed the city, Hezekiah stepped forward, his face radiant with hope but shadowed by uncertainty. "We have witnessed the hand of the Almighty," he declared, his voice resonating with strength. "Yet we must remain vigilant. This is a moment of victory, but it is also a call to arms. Our faith must be our shield, our unity our strength." The people nodded, their eyes shining with determination. They understood that this miracle was not merely a one-time event, but a foundation upon which to build their future. They would fortify their walls, not just with stone, but with faith and resilience. And as they gathered to share their plans, the winds of destiny stirred once more, whispering promises of battles yet to come. Outside the city, the remnants of the Assyrian army regrouped, their hearts heavy with loss. Sennacherib, once so confident, now seethed with rage and humiliation. The defeat at Jerusalem was not just a setback, it was an affront to his very throne. He would not rest until vengeance was served, and the flame of his ambition burned brighter than ever. The shadows lengthened as the sun set once more, casting a menacing pall over the land. The people of Jerusalem fortified their spirits, united in purpose, Yet the weight of uncertainty hung heavy in the air. The miracle of the night before had ignited a spark of hope, but the storm was far from over. A new chapter was about to unfold, and with it, a struggle that would test the very core of their faith. In the quiet moments just before dawn, when the world holds its breath and the air is thick with anticipation, a voice rises like a flame from the ashes. Isaiah, a prophet of God, stands amidst a weary people, burdened by fear and despair. The sound of his voice pierces the silence, a melody born not just from his lips, but from the depths of his soul. It is a song of praise, a song of hope, a song that declares deliverance from the shadows of anguish. Give thanks to the Lord, he calls out, his words echoing against the stone walls of Jerusalem. Each note carries the weight of history, steeped in the struggles of his ancestors. The cries of those who wandered in the wilderness, the exiles who felt the sting of separation from their beloved land, and the weight of oppression that had pressed down upon them. The people around him, their faces lined with worry and doubt, begin to lift their heads. They feel a flicker of something they haven't felt in ages. Hope. Isaiah's voice rises, and with it comes a wind, swirling around them as if carrying away the despair that clings to their hearts. I will praise you, Lord, he continues. Although you were angry with me, your anger has turned away and you have comforted me. These words hang in the air like a promise. They remind the listeners of a time when God's presence was a tangible shield against the storms of life, a living testament to his unwavering faithfulness. As Isaiah sings, memories flood the minds of those gathered. They remember the countless prayers whispered into the night, the tears shed over lost loved ones and broken dreams. The burden of their past weighs heavily, yet in the warmth of Isaiah's song, a flicker of light begins to emerge. It dances in their hearts, igniting a fire of gratitude for the deliverance they have longed to see. One woman, her hands clasped tightly, feels the warmth of hope seep into her bones. The song is like a balm, soothing wounds that had festered for years. Surely God is my salvation, Isaiah proclaims, his voice rising with an intensity that sends shivers down spines. Those who listen cannot help but feel the tremor of his conviction. They are reminded that even in the darkest of nights, the dawn will break. I will trust and not be afraid, he continues, the rhythm of his words lifting spirits from the heaviness of despair. The crowd begins to sway, an unspoken understanding weaving through them, binding their hearts together in a shared longing for redemption. A man, rugged and weary from years of toil, steps forward. His eyes glisten with unshed tears as he recalls the battles fought, the losses endured, the feeling of being forsaken. Yet, under the influence of Isaiah's song, he finds strength. With joy, you will draw water from the wells of salvation. Isaiah sings, weaving the imagery of life-giving water into the tapestry of his melody. The man remembers those long, dry seasons and the parched throats of his children. He can almost taste the cool, refreshing water that promises to quench their thirst. The energy in the air shifts as Isaiah's song swells, each note resonating with the hopes and dreams of his people. In that day you will say, give praise to the Lord, proclaim his name, make known among the nations what he has done, and proclaim that his name is exalted. The crowd erupts, voices rising in a chorus of shared gratitude. It is as if the very stones of Jerusalem are singing along, echoing the joy that bursts forth from the hearts of the faithful. Their past struggles are transformed into a symphony of triumph. As the sun breaks over the horizon, painting the sky with hues of gold and crimson, the words of Isaiah weave through the gathering like sunlight through the leaves of a tree. Each sentence is a stepping stone toward a brighter future, a reminder that despite their trials, they are never alone. Sing to the Lord, for he has done glorious things. Let this be known to all the world. The echoes of his proclamation carry far beyond the city walls, reaching the ears of those who have yet to feel the embrace of hope. Isaiah steps back, allowing the song to settle in the hearts of the people. He knows that this moment is not just about celebration. It is about the promise that lies in the future. The crowd, energized and emboldened, begins to share their own stories of deliverance. Each tale, a thread woven into the rich fabric of their collective history, adds depth to the song that is now alive among them. Your mercy, O Lord, a woman cries out, her voice trembling with emotion. Your mercy has lifted us up from the dust. Another joins in, recounting the moments when despair seemed insurmountable, yet somehow they found themselves standing tall, supported by unseen hands. Each voice adds to the chorus, and the power of their collective thanksgiving fills the air, reverberating off the ancient stone, echoing into the very heavens. Isaiah watches, a smile spreading across his face. The depth of their gratitude is palpable, their faith rekindled. They are a people once again united in spirit, fueled by the light of hope ignited by his song. The air is electric with possibility, and he knows that this is just the beginning. The song of praise is not merely a moment. It is a movement, a shift that will carry them forward into a new chapter. And as the sun climbs higher, illuminating their faces, they turn to one another with renewed resolve. The song lingers, a promise of what is yet to come, a declaration that they are not defined by their struggles, but by their ability to rise above them. It is a moment suspended in time, filled with the essence of human spirit, a spirit that refuses to be broken, that will always find a way to sing, to celebrate, and to give thanks. Their voices unite, creating a tapestry of sound that rings out into the world, a testimony of faith and resilience that cannot be silenced. The energy flows between them, a current of shared experience and collective hope. Each word spoken in praise builds upon the last, crafting a legacy of gratitude that will echo through generations to come. And as the song continues, woven into the fabric of their lives, they stand on the precipice of a new dawn, ready to embrace whatever lies ahead, hearts full of thanksgiving and voices raised high. The sun hung low in the sky, casting a golden hue over the land, but the air was charged with an uneasy anticipation. In this moment, as shadows stretched across the ancient hills, a voice rose above the murmurs of the people, carrying the weight of heaven's promise. It was the voice of Isaiah, a prophet with a heart ablaze and a vision that would ignite hope and stir the souls of a weary nation. He stood upon a rocky outcrop, his robe billowing in the wind, eyes shimmering with the light of a truth so profound it could shatter despair. "Behold," he cried, his voice echoing across the valleys. "A day is coming when the wolf shall dwell with the lamb, and the leopard shall lie down with the kid." Gasps rippled through the crowd. These words, laden with unimaginable peace, felt like a balm to the hearts worn thin by conflict and strife. This was no ordinary day. This was a moment when the very fabric of existence seemed to shift, hinting at the dawn of a new order. In the bustling streets of Jerusalem, the air was thick with the scent of spices and the sounds of bartering. Children laughed, their voices light and carefree, blissfully unaware of the turmoil that shadowed their elders. Yet, amidst the clamor, Isaiah's words hung like a fresh breeze, cutting through the noise. The people turned their heads, drawn to the promise of a world transformed. Isaiah envisioned a kingdom where swords would be turned into plowshares, where weapons of war would be no more. This image felt like a dream, and yet the way he spoke made it seem tangible, as if one could reach out and touch this new reality. His vision painted scenes of harmony, where enemies would embrace and justice would flow like a mighty river. The very foundations of society trembled at the thought of such a radical shift. Could it truly be? As the sun dipped below the horizon, the prophetic words seemed to ignite a fervor among the people. They gathered, eager to hear more, their faces illuminated by the flickering light of torches. An elderly man, his brow deeply creased with the lines of hardship, stepped forward. "Will we see this day, Isaiah?" he asked, his voice quivering with a mix of skepticism and longing. Isaiah met his gaze, a spark of unwavering conviction shining in his eyes. "Yes, for the mouth of the Lord has spoken." This new order is not a distant dream. It is a reality waiting to be born. A new king will rise, one who embodies justice and mercy, who will lift the oppressed and heal the brokenhearted. The crowd murmured, caught in a swell of emotion, the shadows of their doubts beginning to dissolve like mist before the morning sun. In that moment, time seemed to pause. Children clutched their parents' hands, eyes wide with wonder, while the elderly wept quietly, imagining a world where they would no longer bear the burdens of a fractured existence. Hope flickered in their hearts like the stars beginning to dot the sky above, each one a testament to the dreams of a people longing for liberation. But the vision was not without its trials. The wind shifted, carrying whispers of doubt and fear. How could such a change come to pass when the world was so broken? Isaiah sensed the hesitation in the hearts around him and pressed on, his voice rising with fervor. He spoke of the mountain of the Lord, where nations would gather to learn the ways of peace. They will beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks, he urged, his passion reverberating off the stones that had witnessed centuries of conflict. A young woman stepped forward, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. What if we fail to live out this promise? What if the darkness consumes us? Her question hung heavy in the air, a stark reminder of the pain that surrounded them. The crowd fell silent, their collective breath caught in the weight of uncertainty. Isaiah took a step closer, the resolve in his heart unwavering. The darkness cannot extinguish the light, he proclaimed, voice steady and strong. It may flicker, it may wane, but the light shall always return. The Lord holds the future in his hands, and he will guide us through the darkest of nights. As his words flowed like a river, the crowd began to feel the warmth of hope washing over them, as if the very heavens were pouring out a promise that they could cling to. The tension in the air shifted. There was a palpable energy, a spark of belief igniting within each soul. The visions of Isaiah became not just words but seeds planted in fertile ground, yearning to grow into the reality they so desperately desired. And then, as the moon rose, a hush fell over the assembly. The stars twinkled like diamonds against the deep blue canvas of the night, and in that stillness, the people felt a stirring, a sense that they were on the brink of something monumental. Isaiah, looking out at their faces, felt the surge of divine inspiration coursing through him. It was a reminder that they were not alone in this vision. They were part of a grand design, woven together by a creator who dreamed of a world where love reigned supreme. As the crowd began to disperse, the echoes of Isaiah's vision lingered in the air like a sweet melody, and the promise of a new order took root in their hearts. Each step they took felt lighter, as if the burdens of yesterday were being lifted, replaced by the flickering flame of hope that Isaiah had ignited. In the shadows, the old man lingered, his heart still heavy but now infused with a glimmer of faith. He recalled his youth, the dreams once cherished, the songs once sung of a better tomorrow. Would he live to see it? Would his children bask in the light of this new kingdom? As he walked home, the rhythm of his footsteps echoed the pulse of a new dream, intertwining with the stars above that seemed to shimmer with the promise of change. And so, the very air throbbed with possibility, the promise of a future where the kingdom of God would rise like the dawn, painting the sky with shades of hope and renewal. The vision did not end. It flowed on, wrapping around the hearts of the people, beckoning them forward into a tale still being written. As they stepped into the night, the world waited, breathless, for the unfolding of a story that had only just begun. Amidst the roar of battle cries and the clash of swords, a young soldier knelt in the mud, trembling yet defiant, his heart racing with fear and hope. He gazed up at the stormy sky, feeling an indescribable pull, as if the heavens themselves were whispering promises of protection and guidance. In that moment, he wasn't just a soldier for his country. He was a piece in a divine chess game, one where foreign nations were pawns, bishops, and knights, their fates intertwined by forces unseen. Throughout history, empires have risen and fallen like tides, each wave shaped by the hands of foreign powers. The story is a tapestry woven with threads of ambition, conflict, diplomacy, and sometimes sheer fate. Take the time of Babylon, a city that stood tall with its hanging gardens and towering ziggurats, where the king's decree could change destinies overnight. When they swept through Jerusalem, it was not merely an act of conquest. It was a moment that would echo through the ages, one where God's hand guided these mighty nations, pulling the strings in ways unknown to humanity. The ancient world was a stage, and the actors, the Egyptians, the Persians, the Greeks, and eventually the Romans, played their parts within a grand narrative. Each ruler believed they were the architects of their own fate, yet history often tells a different story. The pharaohs built colossal pyramids, convinced they would ascend to the heavens, but what they did not foresee was the rise of other nations, their own power eclipsed by a divine plan that spanned generations. Consider the Persian Empire under Cyrus the Great, a leader who issued a decree enabling the exiled Jews to return to their homeland. To the casual observer, it was a political maneuver. To the faithful, it was a divine intervention, a sign that God's sovereignty extended beyond the borders of Israel. The whispers of the Almighty were in the air, guiding nations like rivers flowing to the sea, leading to unexpected outcomes that would change the course of history. And then there was the moment when the mighty Roman legions marched into Judea, an empire that stretched from Britain to Egypt. Rome thought it was invincible. They erected colossal structures and paved roads that connected their dominion. Yet even in their arrogance, they became instruments of a greater purpose. Through their rule, the world began to hear the message of Christ, a gift masked in the garb of oppression. The divine orchestrated every event, every decree, bending nations to its will, shaping the very fabric of faith and belief. Fast forward through the centuries, and the echoes of foreign influence resonate throughout the ages. The age of exploration brought forth a new wave of nations, each vying for dominance, each believing they were pursuing their manifest destiny. The Spanish conquistadors, with their swords and shields, sailed across the ocean, seeking gold and glory, but they stumbled upon an opportunity far greater, a chance to spread the word of God to a new world. The clash of cultures was fierce, filled with violence and sorrow, yet underneath it all lay the unmistakable thread of divine purpose, guiding the hearts of men across vast oceans. Across the Atlantic, the French and British empires danced a perilous waltz, their rivalry igniting wars that altered the landscape of nations. In the throes of conflict, it seemed that power was the ultimate goal. But even in the chaos, glimpses of God's sovereignty shone through. The American Revolution, a struggle for independence, wasn't just a quest for freedom. It was an orchestration of divine will, where foreign alliances shifted the balance. The young nation was birthed not just from rebellion but from something far grander, a movement shaped by God's hand, steering the course of history. As wars raged and alliances formed, the world witnessed the rise of new players. The United Nations emerged from the ashes of World War II, a symbol of hope in a fractured world. Nations learned that united they could withstand the storms of conflict, yet the undercurrent remained, a recognition that even the most powerful nations are subject to a higher authority. In today's landscape, the dance continues. Nations rise and fall, often unaware of the divine narrative unfolding behind the scenes. A treaty signed in secrecy, a conflict resolved unexpectedly. These are more than mere coincidences. They are the threads of a tapestry woven by a sovereign God, a reminder that every leader, every nation, is part of a story that transcends time and space. Consider the events of recent decades, the fall of empires, the rise of new ones, the alliances formed in the shadows of darker days. As leaders gather in conference rooms, discussing strategies and policies, there lies an invisible presence, a feeling that somehow they are being guided towards a collective destiny. The balance of power shifts like a pendulum, and in those moments of tension, humanity's fragile grasp of control is evident. Even in the face of natural disasters that devastate nations, there is a collective resilience, a sphere of empathy that transcends borders. Countries rush to aid each other in times of crisis, driven by a shared humanity. Yet beneath this instinct lies a powerful truth. God's sovereignty reaches into the depths of despair, pulling nations together in moments of need, reminding them that they are, ultimately, part of a grand narrative. As the world spins on, the unshakable reality remains. Foreign nations will play their roles, unaware of the divine writer scripting their paths. Each turn of history, every battle fought, every treaty signed, is a note in a symphony that resonates through time, a powerful reminder of the ultimate authority that governs it all. The drumbeat of nations may echo loudly, but above it all, the gentle whisper of God's sovereignty persists, guiding, shaping, and weaving the stories that bind us all together. And as the curtain falls, the stage remains set for the next act, a promise of what is yet to come, an unfolding narrative that binds the hearts of nations across the world in divine harmony. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the dusty streets of ancient Jerusalem. The air was thick with the scent of dried earth and the faint whispers of hope that danced on the lips of the weary. People gathered in small clusters, their faces etched with worry and despair, each one carrying the weight of a broken world on their shoulders. In the midst of this turmoil, a stirring began. A promise, a whisper of something greater than the dire circumstances that surrounded them. The winds of change were on the horizon, and they could feel it in their bones. Isaiah, the prophet, stood at the edge of the city, his heart pounding with anticipation. His eyes scanned the horizon, where the distant mountains kissed the sky, and he could almost hear the echoes of God's voice calling out to his people. "Behold," he proclaimed, "a king will reign in righteousness, and princes will rule with justice." The words spilled from his lips like sweet honey, each syllable laced with a promise of restoration. The crowd fell silent, their eyes wide, hope flickering like a candle in the dark. As the sun dipped lower, casting a golden hue over the land, the prophecy of Isaiah began to unfold. It was not just a vision of a distant future. It was a promise of imminent change. The people could almost taste the sweetness of deliverance, a balm for their aching souls. Righteousness would walk among them, and justice would be their guide. The oppressive weight of tyranny would be lifted, leaving behind a land where peace reigned supreme. But amid the flickering hope, there were shadows, remnants of a past filled with despair. The memory of corrupt leaders, who had ruled with iron fists, haunted the streets. Their reign had left deep scars, and the people bore witness to the devastation wrought upon their homes and families. Yet Isaiah's voice rang clear, cutting through the darkness like a beacon of light. The eyes of those who see will no longer be closed, and the ears of those who hear will listen. The crowd held its breath, each heart beating in unison with the rhythm of expectation. They could sense that something monumental was about to happen. The promise of the Spirit being poured out was no mere metaphor. It was a divine awakening that would change the very fabric of their lives. "I will pour out my Spirit on the thirsty land," Isaiah declared, his voice rising with fervor. "On the dry ground, my Spirit will flow like a river, bringing life where there once was barrenness." Just then, a gust of wind swept through the streets, rustling the garments of the gathered crowd. It was as if the heavens themselves were responding to Isaiah's words, stirring the very air with an electric energy. The people gasped, feeling an undeniable presence in their midst, a warmth that seeped into their bones, igniting a spark of hope that had long been extinguished. They could envision a future where the desolate would be filled with abundance, where the broken would be mended, and where the Spirit of God would dwell among them. As the sun finally dipped below the horizon, a twilight glow enveloped the city. Isaiah continued, painting a vivid picture of what was to come. "The fortress will become a fruitful field, and the fruitful field will be regarded as a forest." His words flowed like a river, rich with imagery that stirred the hearts of all who listened. The barren landscape they knew would give way to vibrant life, and the desolation they had endured was about to transform into a flourishing paradise. In that moment, the air crackled with tension, the very fabric of reality seeming to shift. The promise of restoration hung heavily, a tangible weight that pressed upon their hearts. Would they dare to believe? Would they hold onto the hope that Isaiah so passionately declared? The crowd shifted uneasily, their emotions a blend of skepticism and yearning. Then, in a powerful crescendo, Isaiah proclaimed, "Blessed are those who have a spirit that is overflowing." The words crashed over the people like a tidal wave, washing away doubt and despair. The promise of the outpouring of God's Spirit was not just for a select few but for all who thirsted for righteousness. It was an invitation, a call to rise up from the ashes of their brokenness and embrace the incredible transformation that awaited them. As the last light of day faded, stars began to twinkle in the vast sky, each one a reminder of the promises yet to be fulfilled. The people stood captivated, their hearts pounding with a wild mixture of hope and fear. They could see glimpses of the future, a world where justice flowed like water and righteousness embraced the land. But the journey would not be easy. It would require faith, courage, and an unwavering belief in the impossible. In the silence that followed, a child's laughter broke through the tension, a sound so sweet and pure that it sent chills down their spines. It was a glimpse of what was to come, a sign that innocence and joy would one day reign again. The people exchanged glances, their eyes sparkling with the promise of a new dawn. The outpouring of God's Spirit was not just a prophecy. It was a clarion call to awaken their dormant hopes and dreams. As the crowd began to disperse, whispering among themselves, the atmosphere was electric with possibility. They carried with them the weight of Isaiah's words, a spark of something divine igniting their souls. And in the distance, the mountains stood tall, silent witnesses to the unfolding drama of their lives, holding secrets that would soon be revealed. The promise lingered in the air, swirling like a gentle breeze, beckoning them towards a future filled with hope and restoration. The night deepened, but their hearts burned brightly with anticipation. Each step they took resonated with the rhythm of change, a movement towards a brighter tomorrow. The outpouring of God's Spirit was not a distant dream. It was a reality waiting to unfold, a divine promise that would sweep through the land like a mighty flood, washing away despair and ushering in a new era of hope. The shadows of the past were fading, and a new chapter was beginning to write itself in the annals of history. Under the vast expanse of a starless sky, a figure walked alone, the gravel crunching beneath weary feet. Hunched shoulders told tales of burdens carried, tears hidden deep within the shadows of the night. The weight of the world was etched on his brow, and yet a profound stillness surrounded him, like a fragile promise lingering in the dark. Who was he, this lonely traveler? What pain did he bear, and for whom did he suffer? In the ancient land of Israel, stories of suffering and redemption wove through the fabric of life like a relentless thread, binding generations together in shared despair and hope. Among the dusty scrolls, one account stood out, a poignant prophecy that echoed through time, whispering secrets of a servant destined to bear the ultimate price for humanity. This was no ordinary tale. It was a revelation, a vision of a future laden with sacrifice and profound love. Isaiah, the voice of a people yearning for salvation, painted the portrait of a suffering servant. His words, like a haunting melody, reverberated through the ages, capturing hearts and igniting souls. He was despised and rejected, Isaiah wrote, his pen trembling with the weight of divine inspiration. The suffering servant, marked by suffering, would come to know the depths of human pain. His pain was not his own. It was a collective burden, a solidarity with the broken, the lost, and the outcast. As the scroll unfurled, the harsh reality of his fate emerged. Like a lamb led to the slaughter, the words echo like the tolling of a distant bell, signaling the approach of something monumental. The imagery was vivid, a stark contrast to the serene facade of innocence. This servant would face ridicule, humiliation, and the unbearable loneliness of betrayal. In a world filled with cruelty, his compassion stood out like a beacon of light, yet it only magnified the darkness that surrounded him. His story did not unfold in a palace adorned with gold. It was not a tale of triumph, but one of desolation. Each line of Isaiah's prophecy pierced the hearts of those who struggled to find meaning in their own suffering. The servant was a reflection of their pain and despair, and yet there was a flickering hope nestled within the anguish. His wounds would mend the very fabric of humanity, transforming sorrow into solace. Throughout history, the suffering servant has been interpreted in countless ways. For some, he was a metaphor for the nation of Israel, embodying the struggles and resilience of a people who had endured centuries of oppression. For others, a foreshadowing of a messianic figure, a savior who would save the world through his sacrifice. Each interpretation added layers of complexity, illuminating the profound implications of his suffering. In this dense tapestry of belief, the passages of Isaiah 53 became a sanctuary for the weary. The image of the suffering servant resonated with those who felt abandoned in their darkest hours. The promise of redemption and healing wrapped around them like a warm embrace, a whisper of hope in a world often filled with despair. As they read, tears flowed freely, and hearts softened, recognizing the depth of love that transcended time and space. But the emotional intensity did not stop there. It surged like a tide, rolling through the ages, touching those who dared to listen. The echoes of the suffering servant were felt in places of worship, in the dim light of candlelit vigils, and in the soft murmur of prayers whispered in times of desperation. Each verse became a lifeline, a reminder that even in suffering, there could be a glimmer of grace. As communities gathered, the story of the suffering servant sparked conversations, debates, and revelations. Scholars and theologians delved into the meanings behind each word, exploring the implications of his sacrifice. They pondered questions that made their hearts race. What does it mean to suffer for others? Can one life truly alter the course of history? The weight of these inquiries hung in the air like the scent of blooming jasmine on a warm summer evening, tantalizing and bittersweet. Yet, as the discussions continued, a palpable tension simmered beneath the surface. What does a life lived in service to others look like? In a world that often applauded power and prestige, the message of the suffering servant challenged the very core of societal values. It called for humility, compassion, and an unwavering commitment to the marginalized. The implications of his life rippled outward, questioning who the true heroes were and what sacrifices were necessary to uplift the broken. With every heartbeat, the story pulsed with urgency, reaching out to those who dared to listen. It was not just an ancient narrative. It was an invitation to become part of something larger than oneself. The suffering servant beckoned humanity to embrace vulnerability, to confront their own suffering, and to extend a hand to others in need. In a world often filled with noise, his quiet power resonated deeply, challenging the very essence of what it meant to exist. And as the stars began to twinkle in the night sky, the figure continued his solitary walk, each step resonating with the promise of purpose. The story of the suffering servant was not bound by time. It lived within the hearts of those who dared to dream, to hope, and to love fiercely amidst the chaos. The unfolding narrative held them captive, urging them forward, intertwining their lives with the legacy of a servant who transformed suffering into a profound testament of grace. The scene shifted, and the air grew heavy with anticipation. What would happen next? The hearts of the listeners raced, instinctively aware that the journey of the suffering servant was far from over. Each moment, each breath, carried the promise of resilience, waiting to unfold like petals of a flower reluctantly emerging from the shadows, ready to embrace the warmth of the sun. The cycle of suffering and redemption continued, intertwining destinies and weaving stories that transcended time, igniting a flame of hope that would refuse to die. In a world often shadowed by despair, a flicker of light remains, a small, steadfast flame against the encroaching dark. Throughout history, there have been countless moments when hope seemed lost, yet among the rubble, a remnant of faithful souls emerged, holding tightly to their beliefs, braving the storm with unwavering courage. These individuals, often overlooked, form the essence of resilience, a living testament to the enduring power of faith. Among the ruins of ancient civilizations, whispers of the faithful echo through time. The Babylonian exile stands as a poignant reminder, where the people of Judah found themselves torn from their homeland, surrounded by a foreign culture that sought to erase their identity. The great city of Babylon, with its towering ziggurats and lush gardens, was a stark contrast to the barren landscape of their lost home. Yet, even in captivity, a remnant emerged, those who remembered the promises of their God, who held fast to the hope of return, their hearts beating in sync with the rhythms of their ancestors. Imagine a young girl standing at the banks of the Euphrates River, her fingers tracing the water's surface, each ripple a reminder of her lineage. Her family had been taken, stripped of their land, their language, and their sanctuary. Yet, beneath the weight of despair, she clung to the stories her grandmother once told her, tales of a long-awaited Messiah, a promise of redemption that would one day arrive. Her gaze turned to the horizon, filled with longing, but also with a spark of hope, a hope that thrived even in the darkest of times. Fast forward to the 1st century, where the landscape had shifted, yet the essence of the remnant remained unchanged. The Roman Empire loomed large, casting a shadow over the faithful. Imagine a small gathering in a dimly lit room, the air thick with unspoken fears. Followers of the Way whispered the words of their rabbi, urging one another to remain steadfast. Each voice trembled with purpose, as they shared the stories of miracles and teachings that had transformed their lives. Among them, a fisherman named Peter, once drowning in doubt, now stood resolute, his faith a beacon for all who listened. Outside, the clamor of the empire raged on. Soldiers patrolled the streets, their armor clanking, a constant reminder of the oppressive regime. Yet, within those walls, the spirit of the remnant burned brighter than the flames of persecution. It was a flame ignited by communal prayers, shared bread, and the profound belief that they were part of something larger than themselves. A holy remnant destined to change the world. Time marched on. The ages turned, yet the narrative of the remnant persisted. The Great Reformation erupted like a wildfire, igniting hearts across Europe. Imagine a lone monk, Martin Luther, nailing his 95 Theses to the door of a church, a simple act that would spark a revolution. The church had drifted from its roots, entangled in corruption and greed. Yet, there were those who dared to dream of a return to the ancient paths, to the core of faith that had been forgotten. The faithful remnants rose, armed not with swords, but with scripture and conviction, their voices uniting in a chorus of change. In the face of brutal opposition, these brave souls faced imprisonment and death. Yet, like a phoenix rising from the ashes, their unwavering faith inspired others to join their ranks. The flames of hope flickered brightly in the hearts of the faithful, giving birth to new denominations, each one a testament to the resilience of a remnant that refused to yield. The beauty of the remnant is its diversity. Each journey, each story, a unique thread in the grand tapestry of faith. From the valleys of the early Christians hiding from persecution, to the Quakers advocating for peace in a time of turmoil, and the abolitionists who risked everything to free the enslaved, each remnant embodied hope, a refusal to conform to a world steeped in darkness. Fast forward to the present day, and the call of the remnant echoes louder than ever. In every corner of the globe, people are awakening to their identity as part of this enduring lineage. Across continents, from bustling cities to quiet villages, faithful individuals rise up, united by a common purpose. They stand against injustice, advocate for the marginalized, and offer hope in places often overshadowed by despair. In a small church in a forgotten town, a pastor delivers a sermon that resonates within the hearts of the congregation. The words are simple yet profound. "You are the remnant," he proclaims, and the room pulses with energy. Eyes widen, tears glisten. There is a realization that they are not alone in their struggle, but part of a lineage that stretches back through the ages, connecting them to those who fought valiantly for their beliefs. As the pastor speaks, the congregation reflects on their journey, their fears, their doubts, and their victories. Each person carries a unique story, a thread woven into the larger narrative of faith. Among them sits a teenager who battles loneliness, a single mother striving against the odds, and a retired veteran seeking purpose. They find solace in knowing they are part of something greater, a remnant that stands firm in the face of chaos. Yet, beneath the surface, challenges loom. The world continues to shift, presenting new obstacles and trials that threaten to extinguish the flame of hope. But the remnant knows that true hope does not waver in adversity. It grows stronger, rooted in the knowledge that even the smallest spark can ignite a fire capable of transforming lives. In that moment, the air is thick with unspoken possibilities. Hearts beat in unison, a shared promise that they will carry the legacy of the remnant forward. The stories of their ancestors, those who yearned for deliverance, who clung to hope amidst the harshest realities, become their rallying cry. Together, they stand at the precipice of history, ready to face whatever comes next, emboldened by the legacy of faith that stretches back through generations. And just as they unite in that moment of realization, a soft echo reverberates through the room, a reminder that their journey is far from over. The remnant continues to rise, and with each passing moment, it becomes clearer that the hope for the faithful is not merely a flicker. It is a blazing inferno yearning to illuminate the world. As the pastor raises his arms in a gesture of blessing, the congregation feels the weight of their calling. They are the remnant, holding fast against the tide of uncertainty, ready to embrace the challenges ahead with unwavering faith. The sky broke open with a burst of light, as if the very fabric of reality had been rent apart. A warm glow spread across the horizon, illuminating a scene that had been whispered about for millennia. It was a vision that danced in the minds of dreamers, poets, and prophets, a glimpse of the new heaven and the new earth. As the clouds parted, a kaleidoscope of colors burst forth, each hue more vibrant than the last. In this breathtaking moment, hope soared, and fear melted away like morning mist before a blazing sun. In ancient texts, the promise of a transformed world was etched in ink, each letter pulsing with the weight of generations. The prophets spoke of days to come, when the scars of suffering would fade, and joy would reign supreme. They painted a canvas of renewal, where swords would be turned into plowshares and the lion would lie down with the lamb. These weren't just words. They were a lifeline for those yearning for relief from the burdens of their existence. A gentle breeze whispered through the trees, carrying the scent of blooming flowers, flowers that had never been seen before, bursting forth from the rich soil of a rejuvenated earth. The air was thick with the promise of peace, each breath a reminder of what had been lost and what was about to be regained. The mountains stood tall, not as cold giants, but as guardians of a new era, their peaks kissed by clouds that glimmered like diamonds against a cerulean sky. In the midst of this unparalleled beauty, people from all walks of life gathered as if drawn by an invisible force. Faces worn by time were washed in the light of hope, and tears of despair turned to tears of joy. They were witnesses to a reality they had long waited for, each heartbeat resonating with the pulse of the universe itself. Families embraced, strangers smiled, and laughter rang out like music, weaving a tapestry of connection that had been frayed by centuries of division. Yet, beneath the surface of this divine transformation lay a deeper current, an undercurrent of tension that crackled in the air. The promise of a new dawn was not without its shadows. The remnants of old ways clung stubbornly to the hearts of some, casting doubts over the rising light. Would the past truly be washed away, or would it linger like a ghost at the edges of this new existence? The weight of history pressed on the shoulders of those who dared to hope, and in that weight, a fragile balance was struck between belief and skepticism. The prophets had long foretold that a reckoning would precede this glorious age. The final tribulations, a necessary trial by fire, would ignite the world, forcing humanity to confront its deepest fears and darkest failures. The skies had darkened before the dawn, but now they appeared to clear, offering a glimpse of what could be. It was a double-edged sword, a promise intertwined with peril. Would the heart of humanity withstand this ultimate test? As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced against the ground, a figure emerged from the crowd. Clad in simple garments, he bore the weight of centuries upon his shoulders. His eyes held the wisdom of ages, reflecting the pain and joy of countless souls. In his presence, the air shimmered with an unspoken authority. He raised his hand, and silence fell like a blanket over the gathering. In that stillness, anticipation built. The crowd leaned in, breathless, yearning for words that could light the dark corners of their hearts. "Behold," he proclaimed, his voice resonating like thunder, yet soft as a whisper. "A new heaven and a new earth are upon us, where every tear will be wiped away and death will be no more." Each word struck the crowd like lightning, igniting a fire in their souls. Hope surged. It was a tidal wave that crashed against the shores of their despair, washing it away, leaving only a glimmering promise of redemption. Visions of a world reborn began to unfurl like petals in the morning sun. Children played freely in fields of wildflowers, their laughter echoing in a symphony that swelled into the heavens. The elderly, no longer burdened by the weight of years, shared stories under the boughs of ancient trees, their eyes sparkling with love and wisdom. This was the dream, a vivid portrayal of life unmarred by pain, where joy flowed like a river, unceasing and pure. But as the light glowed brighter, shadows danced at the corners of this paradise. The question lingered: who would be welcomed into this new reality, and who would be left behind? The echoes of division resurfaced, a reminder of humanity's history marred by conflict. Would the vision of unity prevail, or would the fissures of the past seep into the fabric of the future, threatening to unravel it before it could even begin? The air thickened with tension, and the figure continued, his voice unwavering. This is not a gift that will be given lightly. The path to this new dawn requires courage, love, and sacrifice. It demands that we confront our darkest fears and embrace the light of truth. Only then can the shackles of division be broken. The words hung in the air, heavy yet illuminating, igniting a spark of determination in the hearts of all who listened. Around them, the world shimmered with energy, as if the very earth itself was alive with anticipation. The trees whispered ancient secrets, the wind carried tales of hope, and the stars blinked in agreement, each one a witness to the unfolding drama of existence. A new era was on the horizon, but it was fraught with challenges and uncertainties. Would love triumph over hate? Would unity overshadow division? As night fell, the first stars twinkled in the vast expanse above, a tapestry of possibilities yet to be woven. The people stood together, hearts racing, pulses quickening with the rhythm of a future that was not yet written. It was a collective heartbeat, a promise of what could be, a world reborn, where hope soared high and love conquered all. The vision lingered in the air, a shimmering promise that demanded to be realized. And so, they waited, poised on the brink of something magnificent, ready to step into the unknown, as the echoes of the past whispered in the twilight, a reminder that the journey was far from over. In the flickering shadows of an ancient marketplace, a child's laughter broke through the heavy air, a sound too innocent for the weight of the world that surrounded it. With each delighted squeal, the merchants paused, their burdens of trade momentarily forgotten, eyes drawn to a vision of hope amidst despair. They were a people burdened by oppression, yearning for something greater than themselves, a king who would come, not born of power but of promise, a king who would not only rule but save. The whispers of that promise floated through time like a gentle breeze, brushing against the ears of those who dared to listen. Echoes of prophecies stretched back centuries, winding like threads through the fabric of their existence. In homes adorned with wicker and clay, mothers told their children bedtime stories of a promised one, a Messiah who would bring light into their darkness. Could he be born in the humble corner of a quiet village or among the sighs of the weary in a bustling city? Hope ignited in the hearts of all who heard. In the dusty streets of Jerusalem, the hope for the coming king was palpable. The air crackled with expectation. Echoes of Isaiah's words lingered in the minds of the people. For to us a child is born, to us a son is given. Each syllable hummed with the weight of a promise made long ago, a promise that connected the past to an uncertain future. They could almost see him, this savior, this king, clothed in righteousness, walking among them, bringing peace. The imagery was vivid, and soon, a flicker of hope turned into a flame, illuminating the shadows of doubt that often crept in. Yet, beyond the borders of their land, a longing stirred in the hearts of those who had read the scrolls. Men and women from distant shores, waiting for signs in the heavens that foretold a great ruler's birth. They looked to the stars, seeking guidance, their hearts beating in time with the prophecies they cherished. The whispers of Daniel's visions swirled around them, promising that a ruler would rise, one with unmatched wisdom and power. The heavens were alive with expectancy, the world holding its breath for the arrival of the one who would change everything. As the sun dipped low in the sky, casting a golden hue across the land, a small band of shepherds gathered on a hillside, their tired faces illuminated by the glow of the fading light. Their lives were simple, yet they dreamt of greatness. a king who would lift them from the mundane and lead them into an era of peace. They shared stories of ancient kings, of David and his lineage, each tale enriched with the weight of history. Could the promised king rise from such humble beginnings? They wondered, would he emerge from the fields like them, or would he descend from the palaces of the powerful? The air grew thick with the scent of myrrh and frankincense, the gifts that were to come, gifts meant for a king who would challenge the very foundations of their world. The anticipation built to a crescendo, and as night enveloped the land, an unearthly light pierced through the darkness. A celestial choir sang, heralding the arrival of that long-awaited child. Hope transformed into joy, and the shepherds, filled with awe, rushed to witness the miracle, hearts racing with the thrill of fulfillment. Meanwhile, in the heart of the great empire, regal men dressed in fine silks and adorned with jewels debated the significance of the stars overhead. They were the wise men, scholars versed in the ancient texts that promised a great ruler would rise. With every stroke of their quills, they charted the sky, marking the movements of the heavens, each constellation whispering secrets of a king who would forge a new destiny. They gathered their finest gifts, gold, silver, and the rarest of spices, sensing that they would soon stand before the one who would transform empires. The paths of the shepherds and the wise men were destined to intertwine, both drawn by the flame of prophecy. Each step taken was a step toward destiny, a collision of worlds that would forever alter the course of history. The weight of expectation pressed heavily on their shoulders, but with each heartbeat, they felt the thrill of possibility expand within them. Would they find the king? Would he fulfill the promises that had been whispered through the ages? In the stillness of that sacred night, a child lay in a manger, swaddled in humble cloth, the destiny of the world resting in his tiny hands. Angels hovered, their wings shimmering with divine light, singing of peace, joy, and hope. Around him, the breath of history mingled with the present, a tapestry woven with dreams and faith. The air vibrated with an energy that transcended time, a moment where the past and future met, igniting the prophecy with fierce intensity. Yet even as the world marveled, shadows lurked in the corners. Not everyone welcomed this new king. The rulers of the land, steeped in their power, felt the tremors of change beneath their feet. Fear gripped their hearts as the prophecy unfolded, and whispers of rebellion grew louder. They watched, ever wary, as the people turned their eyes toward the child, their hopes pinned on his future. As the shepherds knelt in reverence and the wise men offered their gifts, the air crackled with tension. The child, a beacon of hope for the oppressed, also became a focal point of fear for those clinging to power. The world was awakening to change, a shift that would send ripples through time, marking the beginning of a new chapter that had been written long before his birth. In that moment, as joy mingled with trepidation, the promise of the coming king illuminated the darkest corners of the heart. The story was far from over. It was merely a prologue to a tale written in blood, sacrifice, and ultimately, redemption. The air hung thick with the weight of anticipation, and as the stars twinkled above, the world held its breath, waiting for the next heartbeat in the tale of the promised one. A small candle flickered in a dimly lit room, casting long shadows that danced along the walls. A sense of stillness hung in the air, wrapping around a group of weary souls, each one wrestling with their own burdens. Outside, the world was chaotic, wars, sickness, loss. Yet within these four walls, they sought a flicker of hope, a whisper of solace. This was the birthplace of the Book of Comfort, messages of hope in troubling times, a collection of words that would soon ripple through history like a stone dropped in a still pond. Among those gathered was an elderly woman named Eliza, her hands trembling slightly as she clutched a weathered letter. The ink had faded with time, yet the love it carried shone as brightly as ever. It was a letter from her husband, written during the Great War, filled with promises of return and vivid memories that made her heart ache. As she read, her voice wavered, but so did the spirits of those around her. Everyone had faced their own storms. They leaned in closer, eager to absorb not just her words, but the warmth of connection that came from shared suffering. Outside, The wind howled, its mournful cry blending with the soft sound of tears. The room, however, was a sanctuary where pain transformed into comfort. This was the magic of the Book of Comfort. Each page was a lifeline thrown into the turbulent waters of despair. One particular story caught their rapt attention. That of a young girl named Anna, who lived through the ravages of the Great Depression. Her family struggled to find food, and yet, despite the hunger that gnawed at their bellies, Anna's spirit remained unbroken. She filled the empty spaces in their lives with laughter and imagination, creating a world of dreams that made even the darkest days seem a little brighter. As the tale unfolded, the listeners could almost see Anna running through fields of wildflowers, her laughter blending with the rustling of the wind. The struggle was real, but so was the resilience. It was a reminder that even in the bleakest of times, hope could bloom like a flower pushing through cracked pavement. Just as Anna had held onto her dreams, so too did the others in the room feel a flicker of possibility igniting within them. They began to share their own stories, of lost loves, of shattered dreams, and the small victories that had kept them going. Each story was a thread in a tapestry of shared humanity, woven tighter with each revelation. The room buzzed with emotion, a symphony of laughter and tears. Each voice added to the chorus of resilience, echoing through time. There was the tale of a soldier who returned home, not to the cheers of celebration he had hoped for, but to a family torn apart by grief. Yet he found his way back to them piece by fragile piece. His journey was not just a return. It was a testament to the healing power of love. The soldiers of history, so often painted as heroes, were also deeply human, carrying scars both seen and unseen. As the stories unfolded, the candle flickered, casting a warm glow that illuminated faces marked by both sorrow and hope. A sudden crack of thunder rattled the window panes, drawing everyone's breath in a quick gasp. Outside, the storm raged on, mirroring the turmoil in their hearts. But in that moment, another story surfaced. A tale of a small village in England during World War II. The villagers banded together, sharing rations and resources, turning their collective grief into a fortress of support. They crafted makeshift shelters, organized community dinners, and sang songs that rose above the roar of bombers overhead. The strength found in unity became a lifeline, a reminder that even in the darkest hours, humanity could shine through. Eliza had begun to feel a warmth spreading through her chest, a soft glow that chased away the chill of despair. The stories of courage and compassion wrapped around her like a comforting blanket. They were messages from history, echoes of resilience calling out to her, urging her to remember that hope was not just an abstract concept, but a living, breathing force. As the tales flowed, each person found themselves leaning closer, hearts beating in sync. They were no longer just listeners. They were participants in an ancient ritual of storytelling that had transcended time. It was a sacred bond, a shared understanding that in the darkest of moments, words had the power to heal. The world beyond their sanctuary may have been tumultuous, but within these walls, they were strong, united by the knowledge that they were not alone. But just as the air thickened with emotion, a new voice emerged, trembling yet fierce. A young man named Thomas, who had recently lost his father. The rawness of his grief cut through the room like a sharp knife. Yet, there was something in his eyes that glimmered with the desire to find meaning amid the pain. "What if," he began, his voice breaking slightly, "we could honor their memories by living fully, by spreading this hope?" The room fell silent, the weight of his words hanging heavy, yet they also sparked a fire within each heart present. A ripple of agreement washed over the group. They realized that the Book of Comfort was not merely a collection of stories. It was an invitation to action, a call to transform sorrow into strength. They could reach out to others, share their stories, and create new narratives, ones filled with possibility. The candle flickered once more, its flame dancing, reflecting the shifting emotions in the room. The storm outside roared, yet inside, a gentle warmth enveloped them. Eliza looked around, her heart swelling with a mix of sorrow and hope. Each story had been a stepping stone, leading them toward a collective understanding that even in suffering, beauty could flourish. The past could inform the present, shaping a future filled with compassion and resilience. As the candle burned low, and the stories continued to weave a tapestry of hope, a sense of urgency filled the air. They felt the weight of their shared experiences, a powerful reminder that the messages of comfort gathered here were not just for themselves, but for a world in desperate need of healing. Every word spoken, every story shared was a thread in the fabric of humanity, a bridge built to connect souls across time and space. And as the night deepened, they knew that this was just the beginning. The voices of the past were calling out, urging them to carry forth the light of hope into the chaos beyond their walls. They would write new messages of comfort, crafting a legacy that would endure through the ages, echoing into a future where hope would never dim. In the ancient city of Jerusalem, the sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows across the bustling streets. Merchants called out, their voices mingling with the laughter of children playing nearby, while the scent of spices and fresh bread wafted through the air. Yet amidst this lively scene, a tension simmered just below the surface, an unshakable feeling that something was very wrong. In this vibrant city, the faithful gathered in temples, their hearts heavy with a yearning for righteousness and justice. They sought not just the favor of God, but a world where fairness reigned, where the oppressed found hope and the powerful were held accountable. The prophets roamed the streets, their voices ringing with passion. They spoke of impending doom, of a time when the very foundations of society would be shaken. In their eyes, a fire burned, a fierce desire for justice that refused to be extinguished. Isaiah stood among them, a lone figure with a piercing gaze. He was a man burdened with a message, one that revealed the pain and suffering around him. He could feel the injustice thick in the air, like a storm cloud ready to burst. His words were like arrows, aimed at the hearts of those who had strayed from the path of righteousness. Your sacrifices are meaningless if your hearts are far from justice, he declared, his voice echoing against the stone walls. What does the Lord require of you but to do justice, love kindness, and walk humbly? Each word resonated with the crowd, igniting a longing for change. Yet among the people, some were skeptical. They were entrenched in their ways, clinging to power and wealth. The rich feasted while the poor went hungry. Corruption seeped into the very fabric of society, twisting it into something unrecognizable. As Isaiah spoke, he could see the flicker of defiance in their eyes, the unwillingness to confront their own complicity in the suffering around them. On that fateful day, a child approached Isaiah, her small frame trembling with fear. "Prophet," she whispered, her voice barely audible above the murmurs of the crowd. "My father is a laborer. He works all day, yet he cannot feed us. Why does no one help?" The question hung in the air, heavy with the weight of despair. Isaiah knelt down, looking into her wide, innocent eyes. "The Lord hears your cries, little one. He sees your father's struggle. Righteousness will rise like the dawn, and justice will flow like a river. Hold on to hope." As he spoke, the atmosphere shifted, electrifying every heart present. A moment of raw vulnerability passed, and every soul felt the gravity of that child's pain. They were reminded of their own struggles and the struggles of their neighbors. This was not just a distant prophecy. This was their reality, calling them to action. Yet, just as hope began to bloom, doubt seeped back in. They wondered if things could ever really change, if righteousness and justice were more than just words. Isaiah, aware of their wavering spirit, continued to weave a vision of a different future. His voice roared like thunder, shaking the very stones beneath their feet. "Woe to those who draw iniquity with cords of falsehood. Woe to those who justify the wicked for a bribe and take away the rights of the needy." The crowd gasped, shivers running down their spines. They could sense the urgency in his tone, the weight of accountability pressing upon their shoulders. Each prophecy was a double-edged sword, cutting through complacency and stirring the conscience of the people. Righteousness was not merely a concept. It was a living, breathing force that demanded action. Justice was not simply the absence of wrongdoing. It was the presence of compassion, the active pursuit of equity, the fierce defense of the vulnerable. Days turned into weeks, and Isaiah's message spread like wildfire. The streets buzzed with conversations about justice and righteousness. People began to think deeply about their actions, questioning the systems that upheld inequality. It was as if a veil had been lifted, revealing the cracks in their society, and the possibility of healing became tangible. But in the shadows, those who thrived on the exploitation of the weak grew restless. The wealthy elites, feeling the tides of change, plotted to silence the prophet who dared to challenge their power. They summoned their guards, weaving a web of deceit. "He stirs the masses," they whispered. "He threatens our way of life." As night fell, the streets of Jerusalem grew quiet, but the tension lingered, thick as fog. Isaiah, unaware of the storm brewing around him, visited a home where the cries of a grieving widow filled the air. Her husband had been wrongfully accused and imprisoned, his life turned upside down by the very systems meant to protect him. Isaiah embraced her, feeling her anguish seep into his bones. "Fear not," he murmured. "The Lord will not forsake you. Justice is coming." In that moment, the widow's hope rekindled, but the darkness loomed ever closer. The conspirators drew near, their intentions as cold as the steel they carried. They would not sit idly by while righteousness took hold. As dawn broke, casting golden light over the city, the tension erupted like a storm. A crowd gathered, drawn by the fire of Isaiah's words. They pleaded for justice, for their voices to be heard. Yet from the shadows, the guards emerged, their weapons gleaming ominously. A hush fell over the crowd as they realized what was unfolding. A confrontation between righteousness and the forces of oppression. Isaiah stood firm, his heart pounding in his chest. He could feel the weight of history pressing down upon him, generations of voices crying out for justice. "Let justice roll down like waters," he proclaimed, "and righteousness like an ever-flowing stream." The words echoed, reverberating off the walls, igniting a spark in the hearts of those who dared to dream of a better world. But would it be enough? Would the fight for righteousness prevail? Or would darkness snuff out the flickering flame of hope? As the guards advanced, the tension reached its peak, a moment suspended in time, where the destiny of a people hung in the balance. The air crackled with uncertainty, yet amidst the chaos, a sense of unity began to form, a collective heartbeat, a yearning for justice that refused to be silenced. In that moment, they realized they were all intertwined in the struggle, bound together by a common cause, and the path ahead, though fraught with danger, shimmered with the promise of righteousness. In a small room illuminated only by flickering oil lamps, the air thick with anticipation, a man named Isaiah knelt on worn mats, his heart heavy yet hopeful. Outside, the city of Jerusalem bustled with the clamor of daily life, but inside, the world was still, pregnant with the weight of unspoken burdens. Each breath he took was a whispered plea, each beat of his heart resonating with the cries of a people yearning for connection, guidance, and ultimately, divine intervention. This was no ordinary man. This was a prophet who stood at the intersection of heaven and earth, his life woven into the fabric of prayer and intercession. The people around him were lost, their souls adrift amidst the storms of political strife and moral decay. Kingdoms rose and fell like the tides, and the shadow of Assyria loomed large, a constant reminder of how fragile life could be. In these tumultuous times, Isaiah lifted his voice against the cacophony of despair, believing fiercely in the power of prayer. With every word spoken in that small room, he felt the stirrings of something greater, the very presence of God enveloping him in a cloak of purpose and urgency. Isaiah understood that prayer was not simply an act of devotion. It was a lifeline. His prayers were alive, crackling with energy, reaching towards the heavens as if they could pull down the very will of God. The stillness of the room contrasted sharply with the chaos of the world outside, and it was in this sacred silence that Isaiah found his strength. Each time he bowed his head, he surrendered himself to the divine will, pleading for clarity, for mercy, and for a way forward for his people. The air felt electric, buzzing with the weight of his intercessions, a channel through which the cries of the masses surged. He remembered the faces of children he had seen wandering the streets, their eyes wide with confusion, innocent and untouched by the tumult of the adult world. In prayer, he envisioned them, and with each heartfelt plea, he felt as though he was holding their lives in his hands. In those moments, time seemed to stretch and bend. Isaiah was not merely a prophet. He was a bridge, connecting the anguish of humanity with the boundless compassion of the divine. On one particularly somber evening, he heard the distant sound of wailing, a mother mourning her child lost to the violence of the city. The pain pierced through him like an arrow, a reminder of the urgency of his mission. Kneeling on the cold stone floor, Isaiah cried out for the brokenhearted. His voice grew hoarse, trembling with raw emotion, each word a desperate plea for healing, for restoration. He felt the tears streaming down his cheeks, a river of sorrow that mirrored the grief surrounding him. It was in these moments that he understood prayer as an act of profound empathy, a sharing in the sufferings of others. The nights often turned into marathons of intercession, where darkness seemed to stretch endlessly. Isaiah often found himself pacing, the weight of his burdens pressing heavily on his shoulders. He would stop, staring out at the moonlit sky, wondering if his cries reached the heavens, if they mattered at all. Yet, in those quiet, doubt-filled moments, he would feel an unmistakable warmth envelop him, an assurance that his prayers were heard, that he was not alone. The gentle whisper of God's voice surged through him, filling him with an unshakable faith that ignited his spirit. Every vision he received, every message he delivered, was born from the depths of those midnight conversations with the Almighty. His ministry was not without opposition. There were those who scoffed at his fervor, dismissing his prayers as mere folly. To them, Isaiah was a man out of touch with reality, a dreamer living in a world of ideals and hope. But he persisted, fueled by a relentless passion. Each time he faced doubt, he turned back to the sanctuary of prayer, allowing it to fortify him against the storm of skepticism. The very act of intercession became a counter to despair, a defiant stance against the darkness threatening to engulf his people. The day of reckoning came when the Assyrian army marched toward Jerusalem, their advance like the thunder of impending doom. Fear gripped the hearts of the people, and the air was thick with anxiety. In that moment of crisis, Isaiah stepped forward, his voice steady yet imbued with a sense of urgency. He called the people to prayer, urging them to seek the face of God, reminding them that they were not abandoned. The call to intercession resonated through the city, igniting a spark of hope amidst the shadows. As the people gathered, their voices united in fervent prayer, a palpable energy surged through them. They stood together, a tapestry of faith woven from their shared desperation. Isaiah, at the helm, felt the weight of their collective cries lift him, transforming his solitary struggles into a chorus of resolve. Each prayer ascended like smoke into the heavens, ascending through layers of darkness, reaching the very throne of God. With every heartfelt plea, the air around them pulsed, vibrant with the promise of divine response. And then came the moment, a whisper carried on the wind, a divine assurance that their prayers were not in vain. The very walls of Jerusalem quivered with the power of intercession as God answered. The Assyrian forces, so certain of their victory, found themselves ensnared in confusion and dread. It was a miraculous turn, an undeniable sign that prayer had changed the course of history. Isaiah's heart soared, the echoes of their collective cries reverberating through him, filling him with an indescribable joy. In the aftermath of that victory, as the sun broke through the clouds, casting a golden hue over the city, Isaiah understood that this was not merely a personal triumph. It was a testament to the power of prayer and intercession. It was a glimpse into the heart of God, a reminder that no prayer, no act of faith, is ever wasted. The stories of those who prayed alongside him began to weave into his own, a rich tapestry of hope and resilience. He looked around at the faces of his people, their spirits lifted, their hearts now full of hope. Yet, even in this moment of triumph, Isaiah knew that the work was not finished. The world outside was still full of challenges. and the need for prayer and intercession would persist. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows that danced with the night, Isaiah felt a familiar tug at his heart. The call to prayer beckoned once again, a reminder of the ongoing journey that lay ahead, a journey where his voice would continue to rise in unwavering supplication for a world in need. Under the flickering torchlight of an ancient scroll chamber, quills scratched eagerly against parchment, capturing thoughts that would echo through millennia. The words of Isaiah, a prophet woven into the fabric of faith, stirred a fervor that pulsed in the hearts of those who followed. His voice, bold and unyielding, called to the people of Israel with a blend of warning and promise, a melody of hope even in despair. This was a man who walked the streets of Jerusalem, eyes wide with visions of the heavens and earth, his heart breaking for a world caught in the throes of chaos. As the scrolls unfurled, they revealed not only Isaiah's own words, but the profound ripples they created in the lives of other prophets. Jeremiah, standing on the precipice of ruin, could hear Isaiah's haunting proclamations echoing in his mind. "The heart is deceitful above all things," Jeremiah would exclaim, recalling Isaiah's earlier warnings against the corruption that plagued the land. The emotional weight of these prophetic voices intertwined, creating a chorus that resonated in the very marrow of the people. Even after the walls of Jerusalem trembled under the siege of Babylon, Isaiah's spirit soared. The newly exiled people found solace in his visions of restoration. Ezekiel, far from the land he loved, felt the stirring of Isaiah's words as he encountered bizarre visions of wheels within wheels. Yet the core of his messages pulsed with Isaiah's hope for a future, a new covenant of renewal. "I will give you a new heart," Ezekiel echoed, paying homage to the grace woven through Isaiah's prophecies. The yearning for divine closeness, wrapped in the promise of transformation, ignited a fire within the hearts of the people, encouraging them to dream of redemption amid suffering. The prophets, like threads in a grand tapestry, wove their own messages while being undeniably influenced by the masterful strokes of Isaiah's pen. Zephaniah, with his themes of divine judgment and a remnant saved, resonated with Isaiah's own calls for repentance. The echoes of Isaiah's urgent cries for justice and righteousness reverberated through Zephaniah's verses, creating an urgent plea that would not let the people rest until they turned back to their Creator. And amidst the clamor of these voices, the Psalms danced with emotion, each line a reflection of Isaiah's influence. David's heartfelt laments and praises found their way into the sacred songs, intertwining with Isaiah's themes of trust and hope. "For I know the plans I have for you," they sang, lifting their spirits, their voices soaring to the heavens, a melodic homage to the prophet who dared to envision a brighter future. As the years cascaded into centuries, the ripples of Isaiah's words did not fade. They transformed. The echoes reached the ears of the early apostles, who walked the dusty roads of ancient Judea, their hearts aflame with the message of a new covenant. Matthew, in his account of Jesus, could not help but draw upon Isaiah's foresight, a voice of one calling in the wilderness. The imagery of the beloved prophet became a guiding light, illuminating the path for those who sought the Messiah. The weight of Isaiah's vision lingered in the air, a reminder of the hope promised to the world. Paul, too, would pen letters that reflected Isaiah's influence. As he wrote to the Romans, declaring, "Everyone who calls on the name of the Lord will be saved." The essence of Isaiah's hope breathed life into his words, igniting faith in the hearts of countless believers. The profound realization that Isaiah's messages resonated through time, transcending generations, filled the air with a palpable energy, a divine rhythm that surged through the ages. As the sun set on the ancient world and the shadows lengthened, the words of Isaiah continued to pulse with life. The early church found strength in his declarations of God's love and justice, echoing his sentiments in worship and celebration. His essence flowed through their gatherings, a reminder that even in darkness, a light would pierce through. The influence of Isaiah spiraled, spilling into the writings of the church fathers, who revered him as a beacon of prophetic insight. They would gather in dimly lit rooms, debating and discussing his visions, the richness of his language, and the depth of his understanding of human nature. Tertullian, Augustine, and others would attribute their theological foundations to the transformative power of Isaiah's messages, recognizing that his words were not merely ancient relics but living truths that challenged and inspired each generation. As the ages turned, the echoes of Isaiah would find their way into the hearts of poets, artists, and thinkers. His imagery, a canvas for their creativity, inspired masterpieces that captured the divine and human experience, blending emotion and spirituality in a beautiful dance. The pages of history turned, but the thirst for his wisdom remained unquenched, each generation seeking to interpret and apply his teachings anew. Through all these transitions, Isaiah's influence remained a lighthouse guiding faith through stormy seas. His messages found new life in the writings of modern theologians, who examined his thoughts with fresh eyes, unearthing layers of meaning that pulsed with relevance for contemporary issues. The struggles of justice, human dignity, and divine love that he championed still resonate today, igniting passions and stirring souls. In every corner of the world where faith took root, Isaiah's voice could be heard whispering through the ages, reminding the faithful of a God who sees their pain, knows their struggles, and yearns for their hearts. As his words flickered like stars in the vast night sky, they beckoned the faithful to seek and to question, to find solace amid suffering, and to believe in the promise of a new dawn. The narrative of Isaiah was never merely a tale of a man or the warnings of a prophet. It became a symphony of emotions, a rich tapestry woven through time, threading through the lives of those who came after him. Each generation, captivated by his insights, carried forward the flame he had ignited, ever conscious of the weight of his legacy as they, too, sought to respond to the divine call echoing in their hearts. On a sun-drenched afternoon, a lone figure stands atop a craggy cliff in ancient Jerusalem, looking out over a city that pulses with life, hope, and despair. The weight of the world rests heavily on the shoulders of the prophet Isaiah, whose voice echoes through the ages, riveted by the cries of his people. Each word he speaks, each vision he sees, is a thread woven into a tapestry of divine purpose, a narrative so rich and intricate that it demands to be felt, seen, and understood. The air crackles with tension as if the very heavens lean in to listen. The book of Isaiah is not merely a collection of words. It is a symphony of emotions, a powerful dialogue with the divine. The structure of Isaiah's writings dances between poetry and prose, a rhythmic heartbeat that captures the pulse of a nation. His verses are alive, swirling with metaphors that paint vivid images in the mind, each phrase crafted with the care of an artist molding clay. The poet's spirit shines through, crafting stanzas that sing with beauty and lament. It's a language that resonates with the soul, pulling readers into a world where the sacred and the everyday collide. Isaiah's literary style is marked by stark contrasts. The prophet oscillates between moments of despair and bursts of hope. He warns of impending doom, cities crumbling, nations falling, and yet amidst the darkness, there glimmers the promise of redemption. This duality evokes goosebumps, as the reader feels the tension of life's struggles, reflecting the very real fears and hopes of a people on the brink. His words are arrows shot straight through the heart, each piercing the reader with an understanding of the fragility of existence. Take, for example, the haunting imagery Isaiah employs to depict divine judgment. He speaks of nations as trees, their proud branches stripped bare by an unseen hand, leaving only the stark reality of their vulnerability. The language is visceral, each metaphor resonating with a palpable sense of loss. Yet, just when despair seems overwhelming, a new vision emerges, a new shoot from the stump of Jesse. Here lies the promise of a future king, a Messiah, clothed in justice and righteousness. The transition from judgment to hope is a masterstroke, a delicate balance that leaves readers breathless, hearts racing along with the pulse of the text. The structure of Isaiah's book is equally compelling. It unfolds in a series of oracles, each a jewel in a larger crown, shining with its own brilliance yet connected in a grand design. The chapters shift between first-person narratives and third-person proclamations, creating a dynamic interplay that keeps readers engaged. Isaiah's voice is both personal and prophetic, inviting us into his visions while simultaneously speaking to the collective experience of his people. This fluidity allows for a range of emotional responses, from sorrow to elation, as one navigates through his prophetic lens. And then there are the moments of sheer drama, visions that leap off the page and explode in technicolor brilliance. Isaiah's throne room vision, where he sees the Lord high and lifted up, is a moment steeped in awe and terror. The very foundations of the temple shake, and the seraphim cry out to one another in a heavenly chorus. The grandeur of that scene is overwhelming, and the reader finds themselves standing on holy ground, trembling at the majesty of God. The powerful imagery, the vivid descriptions, the raw emotion, all combine to create an experience that feels almost tangible. Yet even in his most elevated moments of prophecy, Isaiah never loses sight of the human condition. He is deeply aware of the pain and sorrow experienced by his people. The lyrical lamentations that seep through his verses are heart-wrenching, echoing the cries of mothers mourning their lost children, warriors lamenting their fallen comrades. Isaiah captures these emotions with such tenderness and authenticity that readers cannot help but be moved, their own hearts echoing with the pain of others. The weight of history presses down in these moments, a reminder of the struggles faced by generations. As the book progresses, the transitions between sections become increasingly fluid, each chapter flowing into the next like a river winding through the landscape of time. The prophetic messages ebb and flow, creating a rhythm that builds and recedes like the tides. Just as one begins to feel solace in the promises of restoration, Isaiah pulls them back into the stark warnings of impending judgment. The emotional roller coaster is relentless, keeping readers on the edge of their seats, hearts pounding with anticipation and fear of what lies ahead. The dialogues woven throughout Isaiah's writings are another striking feature of his literary style. The interactions between God and the people, the conversations with other prophets, and the challenges posed to kings and rulers are all embedded within the text. These conversations create a sense of intimacy, inviting readers into the complexities of faith and doubt. The very human struggles that arise in these exchanges are relatable, allowing readers to see themselves reflected in the struggles of the past. It's a reminder of the timeless nature of these themes, each echo reverberating through the corridors of history. Amidst the fervor and the emotion, the undying hope that threads through Isaiah's prophecies stands as a beacon. The promises of a future restoration bring life to weary souls, igniting a fire of optimism even in the darkest of times. Isaiah's words linger long after they have been read, a soothing balm for the brokenhearted, a call to rise above despair. In the midst of all this, the reader feels the weight of history, each verse a testament to the trials faced by a nation. The very fabric of the text holds within it the struggles and triumphs of generations. As the sun sets on ancient Jerusalem, casting long shadows across the landscape, the echoes of Isaiah's words resonate through time, reminding all who listen that even in the depths of despair, hope can bloom like wildflowers in a desolate field. The journey is far from over, the story continuing to unfold, as the prophetic vision of Isaiah beckons the reader onward, into the depths of faith and the promise of what is yet to come. In the dim light of a flickering candle, a worn scroll unfurls, revealing words etched in the ancient echoes of time. The air is thick with anticipation, the kind that makes your heart race and sends shivers down your spine. Isaiah's prophecies are not just faded ink on parchment. They pulse with the lifeblood of visions that stretch across centuries, each image bursting forth with a vividness that transcends the mundane. As one reads the prophetic words, the imagery rises like a mighty river, flowing through the valleys of despair and hope. Isaiah paints a world where the skies roar with divine might, where the earth trembles under the weight of impending judgment and renewal. In the shadows of Jerusalem, the city stands like a fragile glass figurine, teetering on the brink of shattering under the weight of its own sins. Each image ignites the senses, golden flames licking the edges of a forsaken altar, the cries of children echoing in the darkened streets, the whisper of angels weaving through the air like a gentle breeze. He speaks of mountains that rise up, solid and unyielding, a symbol of strength and permanence in a world that feels so terribly fragile. These mountains stand in stark contrast to the valleys of despair, the lowly places where the crushed spirits of the people reside. Isaiah's words are not merely descriptions. They are invitations to feel the weight of sorrow and the promise of redemption. The mountains might be the refuge for the faithful, but the valleys are where the broken-hearted gather, hoping for a glimpse of the divine. Then suddenly the air shifts. The imagery turns from serene landscapes to fierce storms, thunder rumbling like the voice of God himself. The vivid symbolism of the lion and the lamb intermingling paints a picture of redemption so profound that it pierces the soul. What does it mean for the lion, the embodiment of strength and dominance, to lie with the lamb, the very symbol of innocence? In this moment, hope flickers like a candle in a storm, illuminating the possibility of reconciliation in a world steeped in conflict. The imagery does not shy away from darkness. Isaiah's prophetic voice reveals the stark reality of devastation. A city laid to waste, its walls crumbling, its people scattered. The desolation speaks, conveying a haunting sense of loss, a collective grief that seeps into the bones of the survivors. But even in that darkness, the symbols of light refuse to be extinguished. A small shoot, tender and green, emerges from the stump of Jesse, a beacon of hope that challenges despair. This imagery resonates deeply, echoing through the ages, reminding all who read of the resilience of the human spirit. Isaiah's use of symbols is masterful. He weaves together the threads of human experience, love, betrayal, war, and peace, into a tapestry rich with meaning. The imagery of the vineyard is particularly striking. It represents God's people, cultivated with care, yet ultimately left to wither because they have turned away. In this parable, the audience can almost hear the crunching of grapes beneath their feet, feel the weight of disappointment hanging in the air. It's heart-wrenching, yet it calls the faithful back to their roots, urging them to remember their purpose and connection to the divine. And then there are the visions of the future. Isaiah paints a picture of a world transformed, where swords are hammered into plowshares. The striking imagery of weapons becoming tools for nourishment sings with promise, a world no longer defined by conflict but by community. The reader can almost see the vibrant fields, hear the laughter of children playing without fear, and feel the warmth of the sun shining down on a reconciled humanity. This is a vision that grips the heart, a longing for a peace that feels so tantalizingly close yet so far away. As the narratives unfold, the rhythm of the text ebbs and flows. Moments of reflection draw the audience into a quiet contemplation, allowing the weight of the words to settle. Then, suddenly, the pace shifts. Wild horses gallop through the imagery, their hooves pounding like the heartbeat of a nation on the brink of salvation. The urgency and intensity capture the reader, propelling them through visions of warfare, betrayal, and the fierce love of a God who refuses to give up on his people. The prophetic words resonate, echoing in the minds of those who yearn for something greater. The imagery becomes a mirror, reflecting the deepest fears and highest hopes of humanity. The trials faced by the people of Isaiah's time, exile, oppression, and despair, are universal. They tug at the heartstrings, demanding attention and empathy. Each sentence holds the weight of history, the pulse of a collective struggle that binds generations together. Isaiah's visions are not just past memories. They are alive, breathing, and full of possibility. As the reader turns the scroll, anticipation builds for what lies ahead. The vivid images swirl like a tempest, igniting emotions that compel one to press forward. The promise of the coming Messiah looms large, a figure draped in imagery that evokes both awe and longing. In this sacred dance of language, the symbols intertwine, creating an unbreakable bond between the divine and the human experience. The images capture the essence of a people yearning for liberation and hope, weaving a rich narrative tapestry that invites all into a shared story of suffering and triumph. And just as the final words trail off, the air thick with emotion, one can almost hear the distant sound of a trumpet. It is a call to action, a call to remember, to engage with the past while looking forward to a future filled with promise. The imagery lingers, wrapping around the reader like a warm embrace, urging them to reflect on their own lives and the world around them. As the scroll comes to a close, the tension hangs palpably in the air, leaving the heart racing and the mind eager for what comes next. for the story is far from over. The sun hung low in the sky, painting the horizon with hues of gold and crimson, as a small village bustled with life. Amidst the laughter of children and the chatter of neighbors, an old man named Elias sat outside his humble home, his weathered hands clasped around a worn-out book. The cover was faded, but the words within held the weight of centuries. The struggle between divine sovereignty and human responsibility, a theme echoed through the ages. Elias had witnessed many seasons pass. He had seen the joy of harvests and the despair of drought. His heart swelled with the knowledge that every event, every flicker of fate, was intertwined with the hands of the divine. Yet, he also felt the fire of human ambition and responsibility, igniting the souls of men and women to rise, to fight, and to forge their destinies. This was the eternal dance, the tension that vibrated through the fabric of existence. The village was steeped in stories of old, where kings and commoners alike wrestled with the implications of free will and the omnipotent hand of God. There was the tale of King David, a shepherd boy turned ruler who danced before the Ark of the Covenant, fully aware that his rise was part of a divine plan, yet deeply personal. Every note of his harp resonated with the realization that he was a man of choices, both noble and flawed, whose decisions shaped the fate of nations. In the shadows of history, one could find the haunting figure of Judas Iscariot, the betrayer. His story sent shivers down the spines of those who spoke of it. Was he merely a pawn in a grand design? Or was he a man who made choices that led to the most tragic of ends? The question loomed like a specter, reminding all that within the divine story arc, human choices echo with haunting reverberations. Elias leaned forward, his heartbeat quickening as he recalled the writings of Saint Augustine, who wrestled with the concept of free will against the backdrop of God's unyielding will. Augustine believed that human beings were endowed with the gift of choice, yet he also recognized that this gift was shrouded in the mystery of divine grace. It was a paradox that stirred the soul, leading to sleepless nights and fervent prayers. The villagers often whispered about Augustine's ideas, contemplating whether they were mere puppets dancing on strings of fate or actors in a grand play where every line mattered. In the flickering glow of the evening candles, a debate ignited among the villagers. Some argued that if God was truly sovereign, how could human choices hold any weight? Others passionately defended the notion that without human responsibility, the beauty of love and courage would be stripped away, leaving only a hollow existence. The air crackled with emotion. Voices rose and fell like waves crashing upon the shore, each opinion a testament to the desire for understanding. Amidst the passionate discourse, young Miriam stood up, her eyes alight with the fire of curiosity. She spoke of the suffering in the world, the famine that had recently swept through neighboring lands. If God is in control, she asked, her voice trembling with uncertainty, then why do bad things happen to good people? Her question hung in the air, laden with the weight of 1,000 years of theological debate. It wasn't just a question. It was a cry from the heart, reverberating with the fears and hopes of every soul present. The old man Elias, his heart heavy with the collective yearning for answers, began to recount the story of Job, a man tested beyond reason. Job's anguish was profound, yet in the midst of his suffering, he clung to the belief that his choices mattered. He questioned the heavens, demanded answers, yet ultimately he recognized the sovereignty of God. Even in his darkest hour, Job's story was one of resilience, a testament to the enduring spirit of humanity. As night enveloped the village, the stars began to twinkle like ancient promises scattered across the sky. The flickering lanterns cast shadows that danced and swayed, echoing the tension within hearts. Elias continued, sharing how the New Testament brought fresh nuances to this age-old theme. The life of Jesus became a beacon of hope and a reminder that divine sovereignty and human agency could coexist. The ultimate sacrifice driven by love, demonstrating that while God may have a plan, individuals have the power to shape their paths. The villagers were captivated, their breath catching as they envisioned themselves in the narratives. They saw their struggles mirrored in the ancient texts, their lives woven into a story much larger than themselves. The fire crackled, reflecting their inner turmoil, a desire for clarity in the storm of existence. In that moment, Elias felt the palpable tension of belief and doubt intertwining. It was as if the universe held its breath, waiting for an answer that had eluded humanity for centuries. The stories of the past echoed in their hearts, but the future lay ahead, unwritten and full of possibility. Then, breaking the spell of silence, a voice emerged from the shadows. It belonged to Thomas, the village skeptic, who had long been wrestling with the implications of the discussion. But what of fate? Are we not just chasing shadows in the dark? His words fell heavy, and the flickering light seemed to hesitate, as if the universe itself were caught in thought. Elias met Thomas's gaze, sensing the weight of his question. "Perhaps," he replied softly. "It is in the dance between fate and free will that our humanity shines brightest. Each choice, no matter how small, ripples through time. We are more than mere spectators. We are authors of our stories." As the night deepened and the stars shone brighter, the villagers pondered the complexity of divine sovereignty and human responsibility. With hearts intertwined in the quest for understanding, they were on the brink of a revelation, teetering on the edge of a vast expanse of thought that had the power to shape their lives forever. In that electric moment, a new chapter waited to unfold, the air thick with anticipation as they sat together, not merely as individuals, but as a community bound by the intricate threads of fate and choice. The flame of their discussion flickered, teasing a continuation of the story yet to be told, as they prepared to delve deeper into the mysteries of existence, ever aware of the delicate balance that governed their lives. In a dimly lit room, flickering candlelight cast shadows on the walls, illuminating ancient scrolls that whispered the wisdom of ages. The air was thick with anticipation, as a group of men and women gathered to listen, hearts pounding. They knew they were about to hear words that would echo through generations, words that could change the world. This was the moment when the prophecies of Isaiah would come alive, sparking a flame in their minds and souls. Isaiah, a man of profound vision and relentless faith, spoke not just to his own time but to the very essence of what it meant to be Jewish. His prophecies were rich tapestries, woven with threads of hope, justice, and divine promise. Each word dripped with emotion, echoing the struggles and aspirations of a people yearning for salvation. When he cried out against injustice, his voice resonated like thunder across mountains, demanding that the powerful listen to the cries of the oppressed. "Woe to those who draw iniquity with cords of falsehood," he thundered, and in that moment, many felt their spirits rise, emboldened to challenge the status quo. The people listened with bated breath as they recalled the harsh realities of their lives. They remembered their ancestors' exiles, the losses, the dreams deferred. Yet, in Isaiah's words, they found a flicker of hope that promised a brighter tomorrow. "For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given," he proclaimed, offering a vision of a future filled with peace and joy, a future where swords would be beaten into plowshares. The very idea seemed to lift the weight of despair, allowing them to imagine a world where love triumphed over hatred. But it was not only the promise of peace that stirred their hearts. It was the call to justice that ignited a fire within them. Isaiah's scathing critiques of social injustice were like icy water splashed on a sleepy face, awakening their consciences. His words rang true, urging them to care for the widow, the orphan, and the stranger. "Is this not the fast that I choose?" he asked, his voice echoing through the ages, challenging them to live out the values they cherished. As years turned into centuries, the impact of Isaiah's prophecies rippled through Jewish thought. Scholars pored over his texts, interpreting them in ways that would shape the very foundation of their faith. The concept of a messianic figure grew from his visions, planting seeds of hope in the hearts of the faithful. What if a leader would arise to bring justice and righteousness? What if the world could be transformed through divine intervention? These questions hung in the air, charged with possibility. In synagogues, the ancient scrolls were read aloud, each passage stirring emotions that were hard to contain. The congregants leaned in, often with tears in their eyes, imagining what it would be like to witness the fulfillment of Isaiah's prophecies. They shared stories of their struggles and triumphs, each one a testament to the enduring power of his words. Generations passed, yet the messages remained ever relevant. Every time they chanted the Haftorah, their hearts ached and soared simultaneously. As the years unfolded, the world outside changed dramatically. Empires rose and fell, and yet, amid it all, the prophecies of Isaiah stood resolute, like an ancient oak weathering the fiercest storms. They became a compass for the Jewish people, guiding them through the darkest of times. During the trials of exile, when despair hung like a shroud, they turned to Isaiah's words for strength. When faced with persecution, they found solace in the promise of restoration and redemption. In the shadow of the Roman Empire, the echoes of Isaiah's prophecies reverberated in the hearts of the Jewish people. As they gathered clandestinely to celebrate their faith, the words of their prophet ignited a passion within them that could not be contained. The hope of a coming Messiah grew stronger, transforming into a rallying cry for liberation. They saw in Isaiah's visions not just distant promises, but a vibrant call to action. As the sun set on another day, the streets echoed with the murmurs of those who dared to dream. The prophecies of Isaiah painted vivid pictures in their minds. The wolf lying down with the lamb, the child leading them, and swords transformed into tools for cultivation. These images were not merely metaphors, but blueprints for a world they longed to create. A world where love and justice reigned supreme. Time marched on, and Isaiah's impact transcended generations. His prophecies became foundational texts for later thinkers and leaders, influencing not only Jewish thought but rippling out to touch the hearts of countless others. The themes of justice, mercy, and hope echoed in the teachings of those who followed in his footsteps, crafting a legacy that would inspire movements for social change long after his voice had faded. In the quiet moments, when the world was still, the faithful would sit in contemplation, holding close the timeless messages of Isaiah. They felt an unbreakable bond with the past, with the prophet who dared to speak truth to power and dream of a better world. Each prophecy was a thread that connected them to their roots while urging them to take action in their own lives. The weight of responsibility settled on their shoulders, daring them to transform the visions into reality. As twilight draped the land in hues of orange and blue, the flame of Isaiah's words burned brightly in the hearts of the faithful, illuminating their path forward. They realized the power of prophecy lay not just in foretelling the future but in inspiring present action. And the night stretched on, filled with whispers of justice and dreams of peace, as Isaiah's prophecies continued to shape Jewish thought, urging them ever onward into a world that yearned for change. In the dusty streets of first-century Judea, a collective breath hung like a fragile promise in the air, waiting to be fulfilled. The people whispered stories of an ancient prophet named Isaiah, whose words danced across generations, igniting hope like a flickering candle in a darkened room. They spoke of a coming Messiah, someone who would lift the burdens of the weary and bring peace to a land steeped in chaos. It was a promise that resonated deep within the hearts of the faithful, as if those very words were etched into their souls. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting long shadows on the cobblestone paths, a man named Jesus stood among the crowd. His presence was magnetic, drawing the weary and the lost to him like moths to a flame. Eyes filled with anticipation and longing gazed upon him, searching for the fulfillment of the ancient prophecies. He was a figure clothed in humility yet radiating an unmistakable authority. Every step he took echoed Isaiah's promises, each word spoken layered with the weight of history. In the midst of this gathering, the air thickened with unspoken questions. Was this the one? Was this the fulfillment of Isaiah's cry for justice and mercy? The echoes of the past reverberated through the hearts of the people as they recalled Isaiah's vision of a child born to them, a son who would be called Wonderful Counselor, Mighty God, Everlasting Father, Prince of Peace. These were not mere titles. They were an invitation to hope, a lifeline in turbulent times. In the synagogues, the scrolls of Isaiah were read aloud, their verses flickering like stars in a sky of uncertainty. Followers of Jesus reflected on these ancient texts with renewed fervor. They painted vivid images of a suffering servant, a figure who would bear the weight of humanity's sins. The words swirled around them, igniting a fire within. Surely he took up our pain and bore our suffering, they whispered, feeling the enormity of such sacrifice. In Jesus, they saw not just a teacher or prophet, but the embodiment of Isaiah's promises, someone who would suffer yet redeem, someone who would be both broken and whole. As Jesus performed miracles, healing the sick and raising the dead, the connection to Isaiah's prophecies became even clearer, like a puzzle piece falling into place. "The Spirit of the Sovereign Lord is on me," he declared with unwavering conviction, quoting from Isaiah, "because the Lord has anointed me to proclaim good news to the poor." In that moment, time seemed to suspend, and the heavens themselves held their breath. People felt as if they were witnessing history unfold, as if the ancient scrolls were coming to life right before their eyes. The atmosphere crackled with emotion as they recalled Isaiah's vision of the wolf lying down with the lamb, a world transformed by peace and understanding. Could it be that this man, standing before them with outstretched arms, was the catalyst for such a change? Could he truly usher in a new age, where hope replaced despair and love conquered fear? The yearning in their hearts was palpable, but shadows lurked around the edges of this hopeful scene. Not all welcomed the fulfillment of Isaiah's words. The religious leaders, with their tightly held power, watched with growing unease. They felt their authority slipping, like sand through their fingers. Their hearts hardened against the very one who embodied their prophecies, blinded by fear and jealousy. They had been waiting for the Messiah, but perhaps their vision was clouded by their own expectations. The tension mounted, and dark clouds gathered as Jesus continued his journey through the towns and temples. He challenged the established order, turning tables and confronting hypocrisy. Each act was a declaration that the fulfillment of Isaiah's words was not merely a political shift but a radical transformation of the heart. "Repent, for the kingdom of heaven has come near," he proclaimed, echoing the urgency of Isaiah's call. As he walked towards Jerusalem, the air thickened with anticipation and dread. The echoes of Isaiah's suffering servant became louder, resonating ominously in the hearts of those who had seen him heal and teach. He was oppressed and afflicted, yet he did not open his mouth, they recalled, feeling a chilling sense of foreboding. Would this be the path to fulfillment? Would the hope they had clung to so tightly lead to sorrow? On that fateful Passover, as Jesus gathered with his closest friends, the air was thick with emotion. The weight of history was palpable as he broke bread, the symbolism of his body entwined with the prophecies of Isaiah. "This is my blood of the covenant, which is poured out for many," he said, and in that moment, the threads of the past wove seamlessly into the present. The followers felt their hearts pound in their chests, an electric connection to the ancient promises that had shaped their faith. But the storm was brewing. Betrayal lurked in the shadows, and Jesus was led away, bound and broken. The prophecies hung heavy in the air like a dark cloud, as Isaiah's words about the suffering servant echoed in their minds. "He was pierced for our transgressions. He was crushed for our iniquities." Each step toward the cross felt like a piercing reminder of their hopes being shattered. The crowd that once cried Hosanna now turned to jeer, their voices a haunting chorus of disbelief. In this climactic moment, as darkness enveloped the land, the fulfillment of Isaiah's vision took on a new depth. The sacrifice of the innocent became the cornerstone of hope, a paradox that left hearts aching and hopeful all at once. "It is finished," Jesus breathed, and the words resonated through time like a divine declaration. The fulfillment was not just in the promises but in the very act of love that transcended the grave. And in the silence that followed, something miraculous began to unfold. A resurrection that would rewrite the narrative of despair into one of triumphant hope. The followers who stood in the shadows, trembling with uncertainty, would soon find themselves transformed by the very events they had witnessed. As dawn broke, illuminating the tomb, the echoes of Isaiah's prophecies would reverberate throughout the ages, igniting a flame of faith that could never be extinguished. The story of fulfillment was just beginning, the threads of ancient prophecy intricately woven into the tapestry of the New Testament, ready to capture hearts for generations to come. In a world where chaos often reigns, the candid cry of an ancient prophet echoes through time, reaching out across centuries like a lifeline. Isaiah's words, draping themselves over the present like a heavy, worn cloak, resonate with a haunting familiarity. "Comfort, comfort my people," he once proclaimed, a call that still ripples through the fabric of society today, inviting those in pain to find solace. The streets of modern cities pulse with life, yet beneath the surface lies a current of anxiety and despair. People rush past each other, eyes glued to screens, missing the silent cries for help. Among them, a young woman named Sarah stands frozen, her heart heavy. She feels the weight of loneliness pressing down, despite being surrounded by throngs of people. Isolated in a crowd, she looks for meaning, for a glimmer of hope. A single tear traces down her cheek. She wishes someone would hear her, just as Isaiah once spoke to a troubled nation. Isaiah lived during a time of upheaval, when nations clashed and kingdoms crumbled. His words were not merely prophecies but a desperate appeal for justice and peace. He painted vivid pictures of a world transformed, a place where swords might become plowshares, and the wolf would lie down with the lamb. His vision is not just a distant dream. It pulses through the veins of every human heart seeking harmony. In the crowded subway, Sarah's thoughts drift to those words, a forgotten promise in a fractured world. Meanwhile, across town, a group of young activists huddles in a dimly lit cafe, their brows furrowed with concern. Their spirited discussions rise and fall like the tide, each voice fueled by a shared urgency for change. They speak of economic injustice, climate crises, and the desperate need for compassion in a society that often prioritizes greed. "We need a prophet," one of them, a passionate young man named Marco, asserts. "Someone who can remind us of our humanity." In that moment, they unknowingly summon Isaiah's spirit. His call for social justice reverberates in their hearts, urging them to speak out against the injustices they witness daily. As the sun sets, casting long shadows across the city, Sarah finds herself in a church, its wooden pews worn and familiar. The flickering candles cast a warm glow, and she listens as the pastor reads from Isaiah. Each verse feels like a balm to her aching soul. "He has sent me to bind up the brokenhearted," the pastor intones, echoing Isaiah's message of hope. In these words, Sarah feels a flicker of recognition. She is not alone. Just like the people of ancient Israel, she longs for healing and restoration, and she finds it here, waiting in the sacred space. In homes filled with uncertainty, families gather around dining tables, sharing stories and struggles. The news fills the air with alarming headlines: conflict, division, despair. Yet amongst the noise, a mother named Eliana reflects on the power of Isaiah's message. She recalls the times her grandmother recited Isaiah's promises, weaving them into bedtime tales. "A child shall lead them," she whispers to her own children, hoping to instill in them the hope that once sustained her family. It's a reminder that even in the darkest moments, light can break through. The children's eyes widen with wonder. They feel as if the world could change with their small, but mighty, actions. The cycle of societal struggle continues, twisting and turning like a river through a landscape of despair. In a local shelter, volunteers gather to serve those in need, their hearts ignited by the fire of compassion. Each bowl of soup ladled out feels like a step toward the vision Isaiah described. A community coming together, lifting one another up. Among them, an elderly man named Joseph shares his story, a testimony of survival that weaves through the fabric of Isaiah's hope. "We are the hands and feet of comfort," he says, his voice trembling with emotion. Isaiah's words compel us to act, to love fiercely and without reservation. In every corner of the world, the spirit of Isaiah breathes life into the weary. The cries of the oppressed and the anguish of the heartbroken resound with a clarity that cannot be ignored. Each person grapples with their own battles, yet his message remains a bridge connecting them all. A call for compassion that transcends time and culture. The world may change, but the underlying human experience remains the same: the need for comfort, justice, and a collective yearning for peace. As night deepens, the city lights twinkle like stars against the canvas of darkness. Sarah, now invigorated by her newfound sense of community, steps onto the street, her heart pounding with purpose. She feels a connection to the ancient prophet, a thread that binds her to countless others who have walked this path before. Isaiah's vision is alive in her heart, whispering to her that she has the power to make a difference, to be a beacon of hope in a fractured world. With every step, she imagines the possibilities, gathering her friends, sharing Isaiah's words, creating a movement fueled by love and action. The vision of a better world burns brightly in her mind, urging her forward. It is a vision that transcends every barrier, weaving through the lives of people from all walks of life. The ancient message remains relevant, a timeless echo inviting all to participate in the healing of humanity. The night is alive with promise, as stories overlap and intertwine, each person a note in a grand symphony playing the melody of hope. The relevance of Isaiah's message unfolds like petals of a flower, revealing layers of beauty and truth. And just as the dawn breaks over the horizon, bringing light to the shadows, so too does the spirit of Isaiah call forth a new beginning, a resurgence of faith that reminds humanity of its capacity for goodness, resilience, and love. In a dimly lit gallery, the soft glow of candlelight flickers against a canvas that has witnessed centuries. A painting hangs, alive with rich hues that pulse with emotion, capturing the essence of hope, suffering, and redemption. The vibrant strokes echo the ancient words of Isaiah, words that have transcended time and space, whispering their poignant messages into the hearts of many. As the observer stands before this masterpiece, a shiver runs down their spine, as if the weight of history itself is pressing in on them. Isaiah's legacy, an indelible mark on the fabric of art, literature, and culture, spreads its wings like a dove, offering both peace and challenge. His prophecies, steeped in vivid imagery and poignant themes, have stirred creativity in artists from every corner of the globe. The echoes of his voice can be felt in the swirls of paint, the ink of poignant verses, and the melodies of haunting hymns. The emotions he crafted millennia ago still resonate in the present day, like a long-lost tune rising unexpectedly in familiar air. In the realm of literature, Isaiah's influence looms large. His verses have inspired poets, novelists, and playwrights to grapple with the complexities of the human experience. A writer in the 17th century, holding a quill with trembling hands, drew inspiration from Isaiah's vision of a new heaven and new earth. Was it not the longing for something beyond the everyday that drove them to write? The notion of redemption, of a world reborn, flows through the pages of countless stories. In the dim light of a writer's study, surrounded by crumpled papers, visions of Isaiah's celestial Jerusalem spark creativity, birthing tales that dance with hope and despair. The flames of Isaiah's influence flicker fiercely in the world of music as well. His words have been woven into hymns and symphonies, capturing the raw human experience through melody. Composers have poured their souls into notes inspired by the prophet's visions. The oratorios of Handel, filled with the beauty of Isaiah's prophecies, resonate with audiences, lifting spirits and stirring emotions. The swell of the orchestra, the crescendo of voices united in song, carries the ancient hope of a coming peace, a message that has traveled through time, reverberating in sanctuaries and concert halls alike. In the world of visual art, Isaiah's legacy can be seen in the brushstrokes of master painters. The grandeur of Michelangelo's frescoes, where divine figures embody the struggle between sin and salvation, speaks to Isaiah's profound sense of justice and mercy. Each figure is a testament to the power of the written word, capturing the divine message in human form. The paintings pulsate with energy, almost as if they are alive, echoing the cries of the people, longing for liberation and grace. The palette of colors tells the story of suffering and hope, a language that transcends barriers, a language Isaiah spoke so eloquently. Travel through the centuries to a small village where a humble sculptor chisels away at a block of marble. The stone becomes alive under his skilled hands, transforming into a figure that embodies the duality of sorrow and joy. Inspired by Isaiah's proclamations of comfort, the sculptor sees the world not just as it is, but as it could be, a place where every tear shed is a step toward healing. The intense emotions of creation hang heavy in the air as he works, bringing forth a physical manifestation of the hope that Isaiah preached, a beacon for all who seek solace in their darkest hours. As one traverses through the tapestry of cultures influenced by Isaiah, it becomes clear that his words have not merely served as a backdrop. They are the very essence of the stories told. The ancient prophecies have sparked a flame in the hearts of those who dare to dream of a better world. Across continents and eras, people have turned to his messages in times of strife, seeking comfort and understanding. A mother, cradling her child, whispers Isaiah's promises of a brighter future, instilling a sense of hope that will light the path of generations to come. Even in the bustling streets of a modern city, where life races forward with relentless speed, echoes of Isaiah's legacy ripple through the voices of activists and poets. They chant slogans that mirror his vision of justice, their words ignited by the very spirit of his teachings. The urgency of their cries fills the air, demanding a world where the oppressed find liberation. The connection is palpable, stretching back through time, as if Isaiah himself is standing among them, urging them on with a zealous passion that defies the ages. The pages of history are filled with stories of individuals deeply affected by Isaiah's words. A soldier, weary from battle, finds solace in the prophet's promise of peace and restoration, his heart mending with each verse he reads. A young girl, lost in the chaos of her world, clutches a copy of the scriptures, drawing strength from the powerful imagery of hope and light. In every corner of the globe, the whispers of Isaiah breathe life into the hearts of those willing to listen, a reminder that even amidst darkness, a flicker of hope can ignite a revolution. New artistic expressions continue to rise, inspired by the timeless narratives that define Isaiah's teachings. Street murals emerge, bold and bright, splashing words of love and justice onto the gray walls of urban landscapes. These images, alive with color and emotion, become a canvas for Isaiah's visions, inviting passersby to reflect on their own lives and the world around them. In galleries and on the streets, the legacy of Isaiah dances in the air, vibrant and potent, urging society to remember their shared humanity. In this swirling tapestry of art, literature, and culture, Isaiah's legacy is not simply a relic of the past. It is a living force that inspires and challenges. His messages of hope, justice, and divine love resonate through generations, creating an unbreakable bond among those who seek to understand the world and their place within it. The cadence of his words continues to echo, sending ripples through time, urging new voices to rise, to create, to dream. As the observer steps away from that haunting painting, the emotion lingers, capturing the heart even as they walk into the unknown. The legacy of Isaiah continues, a thread woven through the stories of countless souls, each one a testament to the power of hope and the resilience of the human spirit. The candle flickers one last time, illuminating the path forward, where new creations await, waiting to be born from the deep well of inspiration that Isaiah's words have provided, forever intertwining past and future in a timeless embrace. The candles flicker in the dimly lit sanctuary, casting a warm glow against worn wooden pews that have cradled generations of worshippers. It is a time of yearning, a time for reflection, and the voices of the faithful rise together in an almost tangible wave of devotion. Amidst the melodies, the name Isaiah resonates with a profound power, a name steeped in history, prophecy, and faith that has shaped the Jewish liturgical calendar for centuries. The prophet Isaiah, a figure who walked the land of Judah over 2,000 years ago, stands not just as a distant voice from the past, but as a guiding light for those who gather today. His words, filled with visions of hope and justice, echo through the ages, as relevant now as they were in the tumultuous days of his own time. His prophecies, once delivered to a kingdom on the brink of collapse, now find their place in the prayers and rituals that define the rhythm of Jewish life. As the congregation prepares for the observances of the high holidays, the air hangs heavy with anticipation. Rosh Hashanah, Yom Kippur, these sacred moments are infused with the spirit of Isaiah. During these days, Isaiah's calls for repentance and renewal ring out, urging the faithful to reflect deeply on their lives, to seek forgiveness, and to strive for a better world. His words serve as both a mirror and a beacon, guiding the people through the intricate dance of introspection and hope. In the days leading up to the high holidays, snippets of Isaiah's prophetic vision emerge from the Torah readings. Each verse, rich with emotion, invites the faithful to resonate with themes of redemption and divine mercy. The haunting beauty of his language stirs something deep within the soul, a reminder of past struggles, a gentle nudge toward a brighter future. The imagery of the wolf lying with the lamb, a vision of peace and harmony, sends shivers down the spines of those who yearn for a world free of conflict and strife. On Yom Kippur, when the sun sets and the solemn quiet of the evening envelopes the congregation, the book of Jonah is recited, and the echoes of Isaiah's teachings linger in the air. Seek the Lord while he may be found. Call upon him while he is near, resonates with a sense of urgency, a challenge to every heart to confront its truths. The words evoke a poignant reminder of fragility, life, time, forgiveness, sparking a raw emotional response. Eyes glisten with tears, hearts beat faster, and the collective longing for connection and redemption envelopes the room like a comforting embrace. The liturgy carries Isaiah's essence through the cycle of the year. During Shabbat services, his prophecies are woven into the fabric of prayers, enhancing the sense of belonging and continuity. The Haftorah readings each week pull the congregation into the depths of Isaiah's messages, inviting them to grapple with the weight of injustice, the promise of comfort, and the assurance of God's unwavering presence. Comfort, comfort my people, he implores, a cry that brings solace to those grappling with their own burdens. As the festivals roll on, Pesach, Shavuot, Sukkot, the themes carried by Isaiah's words shimmer like stars in the night sky, illuminating the path of tradition. The rich symbolism and the stories intertwined within the holiday celebrations evoke the heart of his teachings, igniting passion and commitment for the struggles against oppression and the quest for freedom. The Passover Seder becomes a moment of deeper understanding, where the journey from bondage to liberation mirrors Isaiah's vision of a world restored. The tension of longing and resolution peaks during Tisha B'Av, marking the destruction of the temples in Jerusalem. As the congregation sits on the floor, the readings of lamentation come alive with the weight of history. Isaiah's prophetic lamentations echo through centuries of loss, reminding all present of the fragility of hope. Words of despair float through the air, mingling with soft sobs. Yet within that sorrow lies a resilient thread of hope, a belief that restoration is possible. The synagogue becomes a sanctuary of emotions, joy, sorrow, yearning, and hope, all tied to the powerful influence of Isaiah. His teachings encourage the faithful to confront their realities, to wrestle with their identities, and to find strength in community. Each prayer is a thread woven into a tapestry of faith, binding past to present, prophet to people. As the sun begins to set on another Shabbat, the melodies of the prayers intertwine with the timeless words of Isaiah, wrapping around the congregation like a warm blanket. The flickering candles cast a soft glow, illuminating faces filled with reverence, as they recite the words that have shaped their ancestors' hopes and dreams. The comfort and challenge found in Isaiah's messages pulse through the fabric of the liturgical calendar, providing a sacred rhythm that resonates long after the final notes fade away. In this sacred space, the people breathe in the ancient words, feeling their weight and significance. The rituals transform into a living testament to Isaiah's enduring legacy, ensuring that the flames of faith continue to burn brightly. The cycle of the year carries them forward, forever connected to the prophet whose voice echoes through the corridors of time, forever urging them toward justice, compassion, and unity. The story is not just one of the past, but a living narrative that invites every generation to participate in the unfolding of hope and possibility, leading seamlessly into the next chapter of their collective journey. The sun hung low in the sky, casting long shadows over the ancient ruins, as if the very earth was whispering secrets long buried. Just beyond a crumbling wall, a curious group of archaeologists brushed away the dust of centuries, their breath hitching in their throats as they unveiled fragments of a world unseen for millennia. Each brushstroke revealed not merely remnants of clay and stone, but echoes of a vibrant past, woven with the powerful words of a prophet whose voice still resonates today. Isaiah. As they unearthed the delicate shards of pottery, their hands trembled with anticipation, for these were no ordinary artifacts. They were the remnants of daily life in a land and time where Isaiah once walked, a prophet whose words rang with urgency, warning of judgment and hope. Among the finds were inscriptions that whispered of struggles, resilience, and divine promises, igniting a flicker of recognition in the hearts of those who had studied Isaiah's prophecies for years. Then came the moment that felt like the world paused. An archaeologist, heart racing, brushed away the dirt from a scroll case, revealing the fragile parchment within. The excitement was palpable, a charged atmosphere that silenced the chatter around them. Carefully, they unfolded the scroll, revealing lines of ancient Hebrew, each character a testament to Isaiah's enduring legacy. The words seemed to vibrate with life, a connection across time that sent shivers down their spines. There it was, a direct link to the prophet who had cried in the wilderness, whose visions had shaped a nation. The scroll spoke of the coming of a ruler, a prince of peace, words that resonated with profound significance. How often had these phrases been recited in places of worship, in homes, in hearts yearning for hope? Now, they stood before the very ink that had flowed from the pen of a prophet, each letter a heartbeat, each phrase an echo of divine promise. Goosebumps cascaded across their skin as they realized they were holding history, caught in the embrace of something timeless. The discoveries continued to unfold like petals of a flower, revealing seals and stamps that spoke of governance, trade, and the intricate web of relationships that characterized life in ancient Judah. Personal seals marked with names, once held firmly in the hands of those who lived in Isaiah's era, began to tell tales of their own. Who were these people? How did their lives intertwine with the messages of the prophet? The archaeologists felt the weight of their stories, lives filled with joy, sorrow, struggles, and faith. Amidst the artifacts, a fragment of an inscription caught the light, drawing their eyes like a moth to a flame. It was a line from Isaiah, "Come, let us reason together." The phrase flowed like a river, inviting dialogue, connection, community. In that moment, they felt a call to listen, to engage with the struggles of those who came before them, to acknowledge the very human emotions that transcended time and culture. Each artifact was not just an object. It was a piece of a larger puzzle, a snapshot of a life lived under the weight of prophetic words that dared to challenge and uplift. Just when it seemed the day could not get any more extraordinary, a young intern, eyes wide with wonder, turned over a stone and gasped. Inscribed upon it was a depiction that sent a shiver through the group, a representation of a chariot, wings unfurled, soaring into the heavens. Tension hung in the air, a collective intake of breath as they marveled at the artistry. Could this be a tribute to the fiery chariot that whisked away the prophet Elijah, a precursor to the powerful pronouncements of Isaiah? They could almost hear the galloping hooves, the rush of wind, the divine call. The connection felt palpable, as if time had folded and they were standing shoulder to shoulder with the prophets, witnessing the divine unfolding of history. The excavators felt an electric thrill, the weight of generations pressing against them, urging them forward. Each discovery unveiled layers of belief, culture, and identity. The air was thick with emotion as they pieced together the narratives of those who had once prayed, cried, and hoped amid the ruins of Jerusalem. As day slipped into dusk, the shadows lengthened, and the earth seemed to sigh a collective breath. They gathered around a small fire, the flickering flames casting a warm glow over the artifacts laid out before them. They shared stories of their favorite finds, laughter mingling with reverence. But beneath the laughter lay a current of awe, a shared understanding that they were part of a continuum of faith, struggle, and the yearning for connection with the divine. The night deepened, and the sky transformed into a tapestry of stars, each one a reminder of the promises made long ago. Words from Isaiah floated through the air, echoing through the ages. "For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given." His voice, rich with emotion, seemed to weave through the stars, connecting the past with the present in an unbreakable bond. Tonight, they weren't just archaeologists. They were storytellers, custodians of ancient truths that continued to shape lives. They understood that these discoveries were not merely academic. They were invitations to reflect, to wrestle with the same questions that had haunted the hearts of the people of Judah. What does it mean to hope in the face of despair? To trust when the world feels chaotic? Through the lens of Isaiah, they began to see their own lives illuminated, their struggles mirrored in the age-old texts. Just as the fire began to die down, a voice broke through the silence. It was a seasoned archaeologist, eyes glimmering with passion. These artifacts are more than relics. They are reminders that we are not alone in our journeys. We stand on the shoulders of giants. His words hung in the air, infused with a sense of urgency. Each find was a call to action, a reminder of the powerful narratives that shaped their very existence. As they pondered this, the night seemed to wrap around them, thick with possibilities, as if the universe itself was inviting them to forge ahead, to unearth more truths hidden beneath layers of time. The fire's embers flickered, casting playful shadows, while the stars above twinkled in agreement. The past was alive, beckoning them to continue, whispering of stories yet to be told, of insights yearning to be discovered, of connections waiting to be forged. In that moment, they understood this was not merely about finding objects. It was about finding themselves in the tapestry of history. The words of Isaiah reverberated, calling them to embrace both the beauty and the struggle of the human experience, to carry the torch of wisdom into the future. The echoes of the past blended seamlessly into the present, creating a symphony of hope that would resonate for generations to come. In a time forgotten, beneath the ancient skies of Jerusalem, a prophet named Isaiah stood resolute, burdened yet inspired. The air crackled with tension, trembling with the voices of the divine as he felt the weight of a people lost in despair. His words, like arrows of light, pierced the darkness, offering glimpses of hope and warning alike. As he proclaimed God's messages, the world around him echoed with the cries of other prophets, each voice distinct yet intertwined with common threads of divine revelation. Isaiah, with his lyrical grace, brought forth vivid imagery that danced like flames in the hearts of those who listened. "Comfort, comfort my people," he cried, his voice rising above the chaos of a nation torn apart by strife. This urgent call for solace was not mere rhetoric. It was a lifeline cast into the turbulent sea of despair. Unlike other prophetic texts, where the emphasis often lay solely on judgment, Isaiah infused a profound sense of compassion into his messages. His words wrapped around the weary and downtrodden like a warm blanket. They were not only warnings but also promises of restoration. As the whispers of Isaiah's prophecies spread, they mingled with the voices of Jeremiah and Ezekiel, both messengers in their own right, each grappling with their own tumultuous times. Jeremiah, often heralded as the weeping prophet, poured his heart out, lamenting the fate of Jerusalem with a raw vulnerability that sent shivers down the spines of those who heard him. Yet, where Jeremiah's sorrow painted a bleak picture of destruction, Isaiah's visions soared high, lifting spirits with dreams of a coming peace, a time when swords would be turned to plows and nations would dwell in harmony. The tension between judgment and hope pulsated through these prophetic works. While Ezekiel's visions were filled with strange and formidable imagery, depicting the glory of God's presence and the future restoration of Israel, Isaiah's voice rang clear and poignant. Isaiah's descriptions of the future Messiah resonated deeply, capturing the imaginations of generations, offering a glimpse into the divine promise of redemption that echoed through the ages. When he spoke of a child born to us, a son given to us, it sent ripples through the hearts of believers, a promise that became a beacon of hope in the bleakest of times. In moments of reflection, Isaiah's messages resonate like a haunting melody, stirring emotions buried beneath layers of history. One cannot help but feel the gravity of his words when he spoke of the suffering servant, a theme that transcends time and speaks to the depth of human experience. This character, marked by pain and rejection, embodies the struggles of countless souls throughout history, a poignant reminder of the sacrifices made for the sake of love and justice. Isaiah's unique contributions also shine through his poetic language, which sets him apart from his contemporaries. His vivid metaphors and rich symbolism create a tapestry of images that linger in the hearts of readers. Consider the imagery of the wolf dwelling with the lamb and a child leading them. A vision of peace that gently stirs the soul, sparking a longing for a world transformed, where harmony replaces conflict. Such images linger long after the words are spoken, igniting imaginations and compelling hearts to yearn for something greater. The common themes of justice, mercy, and hope weave through the fabric of all prophetic texts. Yet Isaiah's ability to balance these themes with such artful finesse makes him a standout voice. Where some prophets might have focused solely on divine wrath, Isaiah's duality offers a richer, more complex understanding of God's relationship with humanity. This dance between justice and mercy brings depth to his messages, a reflection of the divine nature itself. Like the threads of a masterfully woven tapestry, the prophetic voices intertwine, each calling attention to the other, creating a harmonic resonance that transcends their individual messages. The urgency of Amos, with his unyielding stance against social injustice, reverberates alongside Isaiah's calls for righteousness, reminding the people of their moral obligations. A shared longing for community and accountability pulses through each prophetic voice, igniting a fire within those who dare to listen. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over ancient Jerusalem, the echoes of prophetic dreams lingered in the air. Isaiah, standing amidst the ruins of a broken world, knew his voice was part of a larger symphony, one that included the cries of those who came before him and those who would come after. He was a bridge, connecting the past and the future, a conduit for divine messages that transcended time. With every heartbeat, the stories of these prophets intertwine, forging connections that stretch into a distant future, a future still to be written. Each voice, each vision, each word carries the weight of history, the hopes of a people yearning for connection with the divine. Prophetic texts are more than ancient writings. They are living documents, pulsating with emotion and truth, inviting each generation to reflect, relate, and respond. Isaiah's legacy remained alive in the hearts of those who followed, as they took his words, infused with their own realities, and shaped them into new stories of faith and resilience. The familiar themes of judgment paired with grace continued to resonate, reminding all that even in the depths of despair, hope flickers like a candle against the night. And so, the prophetic voices do not fade. They rise, echoing across the ages, challenging every listener to feel, to ponder, and to act. Each prophet's unique contribution becomes a part of a larger narrative, a story that refuses to end, inviting all who dare to dream and believe in a redemptive future. The haunting beauty of Isaiah and his contemporaries lingers, urging hearts to listen closely, for the echoes of their words still resonate in the present, guiding the way forward with the promise of a brighter dawn.